Bam, we're live. Guys, there's something I really need to emphasize to you guys. You guys have to understand this. This is, and I apologize. It's not because, oh, Jared Stevens looking like a boss. Look at that body. Oh, he's playing with Hiller. Look at that. Oh, that's so fun. Look at those guys. That is awesome. Are they having a liftoff, him and Jared? Okay, let me explain this real quick, and we'll get to playing our games here. There's Gabe from Paper Street Coffee also getting in the mix. Wow, Gabe. Jeez Louise, boys. Okay, I want to explain to you something about the Zelos games. This is really, really, really important you understand this. The Zelos games are a worldwide event. What you are watching here is just a promotion for the event of 24 athletes actually doing the Zelos games. But the Zelos games are open to the world, and the winner of this event does not win the totality of the Zelos games. This is just a small, there's some prize money here for them for a purse, but it is not the worldwide competition. Their scores go into the worldwide competition, but it is not the worldwide competition. This registration is open to all of you. Anybody can participate. I'm not sure exactly what the website is. Maybe Caleb here will bring up a link here soon. Who's this lifting, Brian?
Who is that?
Yeah.
I can't see who it is. I still can't see who it is. I actually don't know who it is, but then again.
God, I have why do we enjoy just watching people lift heavy shit? Do we have issues? No. Especially with their shirts off. Tell Hiller to take his shirt off. Sousa, can you tell Hiller to take his shirt off so we can see what's going on?
Yeah, no problem. Hey, Hiller, we just took a vote online. You got to take your shirt off.
Nice, Hiller. Didn't even go weird wide or anything. You know, he still looks pretty lean. He looks pretty damn lean. So remember, you can go to this website. Do we know what the website is, Caleb?
Yeah, it's on Competition Corner. I just put a link to it in the chat.
Okay. So if you go to competitioncorner.net, you can go there and you can register for the Zelos games. The registration is wide open. I don't think the event actually, registration started on the 11th. I'm not, from the 11th to the 21st. And I don't even think you have to have your first score in for the workout one until
the 15th. So this is the website, and we can see the workouts. We can also go to the leaderboard. There are already scores that are coming in from around the world onto the leaderboard. If you're looking for the leaderboard for the live competition, the one that is happening here in Vegas that we're showing all the heats I've been talking about, you are not going to find it on this website right now. The scores from this competition will be uploaded for those athletes for this event, but the showcase that Sevan was talking about earlier, those results are on the Zelos Games Instagram page.
Very well said. Can we see who's on this leaderboard? Sorry, can we see? I heard like Emma McQuaid already has numbers.
So we're on the workouts tab, Caleb. If we go to the leaderboard tab at the top, it'll probably open a separate website or a separate web page. Or maybe not.
Johnny 499. Oh, thanks, dude. Johnny, longtime listener to the most toxic man in CrossFit. Thanks again for the great coverage, guys. I don't even know how to address that.
I'll save it for. How will we save it for next week sometime?
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Nisler is still on top. That is correct, Rambler. We will be getting to the scoreboard shortly. I just want to emphasize. So here we go. Nick Andre, Hayden Starnes.
Well, this is the RX. This is the RX men. So that there's an elite division and also an RX division and several other divisions.
Okay, let's look at the elite female because I think I heard Emma McQuaid's on there, and that's a huge. Oh, maybe she's not. Okay.
But we see scrolling down. There's Elena Cartel-Sana.
Emma McQuaid has registered. Okay.
Ferguson. Yeah, a lot of recognizable athletes. Kelsey Keel is here. Chloe Wilson was supposed to be doing this competition here, was unable to make it. Kelsey will do these events eventually. I spoke to her yesterday. Matilda Garn's a games athlete. So there's a lot of athletes that have signed up for this. And to get
Matilda
into the
Garns.
elite, yeah, I mean, Michelle Besnat. So to get into the elite division, this division, you had to have finished in the top 500 of semifinals. And then after that, the RX division opens up for everyone else.
Why does he do that, Brian? Why doesn't he just let everyone enter the elite? Why did he tie it to the CrossFit Games or the CrossFit HQ?
Just as kind of a prerequisite so that they know that, people entering in this division can safely move the weights that are required, can actually have a chance to make it far or clear the snatch ladder, and be, relatively competitive with the workouts that are programmed. And then there are, like I said, other divisions, RX division, and so on for people who didn't meet that criteria last season.
Who is that lifting now? Wow.
Strong dude.
Yeah, he's just like, fuck you guys. Here's 2. Oh, look, even Hiller. I saw Hiller give him like a wow. Okay. The second thing I want to say is I have received abnormally large amount of text messages from very high profile people throughout the community. I cannot tell you how special that makes me feel that you guys are reaching out to me and recognizing what we're doing here. That I have tried to stay as humble as I can in regards to what you guys are witnessing us try to do this weekend and to pull off. And it has it's surpassed my expectations. There's obviously some that's Jared Stevens doing, I don't know how much weight that is. It's surpassed my expectations in what we've done. Obviously, a ton of it has to do with the fact that we have Caleb working full time behind the scenes, pulling things up in real time. The fact that we have the volunteers for the cameras, the fact that we have the best analyst and commentator in all of CrossFit, Brian Friend. I mean, so it is a Hiller lending, putting his ass out on the line, judging. It is a remarkable cast of characters that have come together to make this work. And I think everyone's pretty excited because of the technological hoops we've jumped through to pull off something ragtag like this. And the trust that Jared Graybeal from Zelos Games has given us is pretty, it's out there. I joke that I question his sanity by letting us do it, but there's a little bit of truth to it. Juliet, shoot, $20. Amazing coverage. First time I've wanted to listen to the commentary in between events, not just skip through. Thank you all of you for everything you do. I give you my quick media director analysis of what I think is going on here. What I think is going on is people really want high quality footage. And that is the one thing that's absolutely missing here, is that it's obviously chunky. That being said, those of you who are already bought in and have some emotional and intellectual attachment to CrossFit, this is candy for you, because you don't need to see the sweat dripping off of Christine Kohlenbrander. You can fill that in your brain, and you guys are more stunned by just like, holy shit, I can't believe the access we're getting to the event, to the commentators, to the behind the scenes, all simultaneously. And I'm obviously projecting because I can't believe it. As I sit here, I'm like, when Souza has that camera and he goes live out there on the floor and turns on his mic, you can see all of us here kind of lean in. Like it's even amazing for us. So it's kind of cool that we're all getting to share this. Brian, who's that Hoss?
Dakota Shackleton. He's one of the head coaches here at Camp Rhino, and he was part of the team that was in conversations about the programming in the build up to the Zelos Games this year.
Did you see how he walked off like that after he did that? Why do we all do that when we catch a heavy one and we walk off? Are we like readjusting our vertebrae?
I mean, I think he was taking his belt off there. I don't know. But that was a good lift for him.
Sarah Ulasoy, 449 of, I think that's the sterling from the United Kingdom. Dang, Jared Stevens. By the way, that is Nicole. That's Christine Kohlenbrander's husband, the one with the giant beard. And that is Andrew Hiller right there from Hiller Fit, showing off that the California Hormones, cahormones.com, is absolutely working. And if you go to cahormones.com and type in the password Sevan, you will get a free doctor's consult. Clive McLaughlin, longtime listener, a friend of mine in my DMs, watched everything so far, but not live, just popping into the live just to say thanks. Great job. and it's a £, not a freaking euro. Thank you for the clarification. I will learn.
He will not make that mistake anymore starting in 2024.
Yes. No, 2023. Come on.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
Yes, and the E is the euro, right? The E with the 2 lines.
Yep. I tried to buy you 12 extra months. You didn't take it.
I didn't. I'm an overachiever. Let's just we'll listen to this one lift here real quick.
That's the one we chose to listen to.
Jacqueline Robinson, 20 Canadian dollar super sticker. Jacqueline has been donating money all weekend. You are too kind. Up in the top in the Khaleesi shirt, the reporter that we've been tagging along with all weekend from the Morning Chalk Up, Brian is wearing her shirt. Those are available online. Below me is Caleb Beaver from an undisclosed location somewhere in the desert. Travis Bellinghausen from Vindicate, where you can get all your CEO gear. Far from Sporty Beth and Ida. No one giving this type of content in the space. Best in the business.
What up?
I'll just say this, that everything was taken completely out of context or read into. And it's rather fantastic in its approach. Or maybe the word is phantasmagorical. Okay. We are headed into event 4. You are looking at the warm-up area. The event will start in 32 minutes. There are no athletes in the warm-up area. There's just the husband of the great Christine Kohlenbrander, some guy we don't know, strong as 2 oxes, and Andrew Hiller, the head judge. Let's go ahead and bring up the 4th workout. Now, actually, let's go to the leaderboard real quick, and then we'll look at the 4th workout. We will be having John Young. We will be having John Young.
Let me tell you something. I have an uncle, and his name is John Friend, and we definitely don't want to invite him here.
Okay, good. That's good. Jenny Sock, thanks for the CrossFit candy. You're very welcome, Jenny. Thank you for the American Dolares. We will be bringing John Young on, fantastic commentator in his own right. If Brian Friend and Taylor Self had a kid, he would speak sort of like John. He's a mix. He's not full Charles Barkley, but he's got a little in him. Okay. We left talking about who has a chance to be on the podium here. I think from the movement we've seen so far, anyone in the top 5 has a pretty good top 6, 7. Top 7, I think, has a shot at the podium. Mr. Friend.
Yeah, I mean, 7th place, Rose Scott, 183. 3rd place, which is where you need to get to if you want to be on the podium, Alex Kazan holding that spot down with 218. So we got 35-point gap between 3rd and 7th. And I would say that more so than the points, we've seen that 35 points can definitely be made up in one workout. The challenge for Ro is that she doesn't just need 35 points to catch Kazan. There are also 3 other women in her way. So for Ro or Aaliyah to make the jump up to the podium, they would need to have Alex, Devin, and Sola all finish behind them by a significant margin to make that possible. So while there is certainly a possibility, I would lean towards what you more originally said, is that through spot number 5 are the likely candidates who have a realistic chance to get into a podium spot after this workout.
Magnus Holmgren, SEK 20. Brian, do you know what that is?
No, but hopefully we will be informed.
Swedish something.
Oh, Swedish money, and that's for the Beaver. Chris Cordino, $10. I'll take top-notch commentary with potato quality over 1080p equity every time. And Chris is a poet, and I appreciate that. A bit of a wordsmith here. Corona. Gray says the Corona. Okay.
Just to add on to that conversation. I mean, if we look at who the top 5 women are, this more or less are the women that we were expecting to be near the top of this showcase here in Vegas. We know that some of these are team athletes, in particular Andrea and Devin of that group. Andrea's already shown that she has the prowess and capacity to compete with some of the best women in the sport. We saw her make the games as an individual in 2020. She's been competing at the high level in and out of team competition for years. Devin Kim, very young, like you've mentioned several times, has aspirations to compete individually. So this is a great touch point for her in her young career. And the other 3 are CrossFit Games athletes from this past season. So no surprise to see these 5 at the top. The interesting nuance about the upcoming workout is that the athletes will be seated, as we can see in the breakdown here. And so Sola Sigurdardottir, you might say it's an advantage, you might say it's a disadvantage, but she has an opportunity either way to establish a time in this workout that then the top 4 women who she needs to beat will have to figure out how to manage whatever she's able to put up.
Brian, along that same vein, how about we sing some of the accolades that these top five athletes have had? I will do one of them. I will start with Devin Kim, and you can do the other 4. Devin Kim, longtime CrossFitter, started at the age of 8 years old. Her family's been in the CrossFit scene at HQ and everywhere and participating for years and years and years. She stood on the podium this year at the CrossFit Games on the Invictus team that took 3rd place. She is no joke, and you could expect to see her very soon in the next 3 years as an individual at the CrossFit Games. The sky's the limit for her. Okay, you want to start at the top, Brian, with Andrea Nisler? Tell us how great she is.
I kind of feel like I just did that for all of them.
I'll do some of Andrea then too. Andrea Nisler isn't just an amazing athlete who Brian said landed in 2020 as an individual. She has been a CrossFit Games champion twice, competing with what is arguably the best CrossFit Games team that ever existed with Rich Froning. Okay, now you can do number 2, Brian. Christine Kohlenbrander.
Yeah, Christine Kohlenbrander, excuse me, competed with CrossFit 417 in the past on a team at the Games. She was excruciatingly close to making it in 2021. Would have made it if Tia had not been reseeded into the North American semifinal that year. This year, she came very close to missing it based on basically an executional error in the legless rope climb workout, but did finally punch her ticket as an individual to the Games for the first time, 2022. Don't know what her plans are for next season, but she's definitely a top contender for women not in the U.S. and around the world. Alex Kazan.
Alex Gazan, Brian will tell us about her. I just want to start with this. She is a unique athlete with some with some outlier skills that have kind of taken the community on by storm and are worth noting.
Yeah, and young, relatively young at 20 years old. We know that she has great upper body pulling capacity. We've talked about that she does have some skill sets that she just came into this sport with, which can be very difficult for people to acquire over years of training. So she's got just an inherent advantage in that regard. When you look at what she's done so far this weekend, she's had good event finishes on the first 2 workouts with a 2nd and a 4th, and she PR'd her snatch earlier this morning. So she's got to be feeling great right now. She's in a podium position here. And I think that this is this will be an important workout for her. The other 3 women that are in her heat, you have 2 that are much more experienced, and 1 woman in Devon who's the same age as her, but not competing in an individual field. So this, with a lot on the line in terms of this competition, this will be a good experience for her to be in the final heat of the final workout at an in-person competition and see how well she can hold up against other athletes, the other best athletes that are here with her.
I want to say that maybe Gazan has the strongest bench press of any female in the CrossFit Games cadre, and that this is one of those things that she is not even sure, I think, how she acquired. It's not like something she trained. And that earlier in the week, we showed that she set 2 new PRs recently. One was a strict press of 170 pounds, and I can't remember the other one.
I thought it was a deadlift.
Oh, and yes.
400 pounds or something.
Yes. Well said. Yes, you're right. And number 5, Solveig Sigurdardottir.
Yeah, I mean, as we know, just sort of the history of CrossFit, that there's all these, daughters out of Iceland that have had really prestigious careers, but there are plenty of other women from Iceland that have been kind of climbing up the ranks, and Sola is amongst that group. She had what I would consider to be a breakout performance for her at semifinals this year, doing incredibly well at strength and depth competition. I think she was coming into the Games with a little bit of a back bothering her, but she seems to have shaken that. She looked pretty good this morning, and like we talked about, she's the only international woman competing in this field, so she had a lift this morning with the pounds instead of the kilos. We said sometimes that can be advantageous as you're not quite sure what you're doing, and she ends up with a 9-pound PR, very much like Alex. Should be coming into this last event riding a high, and getting the opportunity to set possibly a time to beat before the top 4 women take the floor.
Is this true that did she win on a team without Rich?
No, but I think
Okay.
that she did. I think that her team 033 Black may have beaten Rich's team at the Rogue Invitational in 2019. That was the one that had the tug of war workout. I'm not 100% sure on that, but maybe that's what he's thinking about.
Well, that would be impressive that not only does she have 2 wins with Rich, but she's one of the few athletes that can say she ever partook in beating Rich. All right, let's cruise over to the boys. Event number 4 will start in 23 minutes. In the men's, I think even if everything goes well for Pete Mason, I think Pete Mason can even make it onto this podium. He's already let us know that he's going for broke. He only has 1 speed, fast.
Well, and he's, the men's field to me is extremely interesting layout here. I mean, we were not looking at Lionel Franco or Jack Rosema as really podium picks coming into the weekend, but they're sitting there in 3rd and 4th with, it's not a lot of points, but with a little bit of a cushion over that group behind them. However, that when we talk about maybe Sola setting a time to beat going into the final heat for the women, you got to look at the men's side, and you see both James Sprague and Matt DeLugos in this heat, not to mention Samsonov, who's a little bit of a bigger guy, and then Mason. And Mason, I just talked to Mason before coming on the show, Pete Mason, and he said he likes the group that he's able to go with here because he thinks that they're all going to be pushing each other, and he does think that there's a high likelihood that the winning time for this workout comes out of the middle heat for the men.
We'll go up. We'll start at the bottom and work our way up and talk about some of these guys. James Sprague, young guy. We have literally watched him grow from a boy into it looks like it's going to be a mountain of a man just in this short 3 or 4 years. He competed as a kid at the CrossFit Games. And now he, every time we see him, he looks a little bit different. You can tell he's in those really formative years where the facial hair gets on your face, your butt gets bigger, your shoulders get bigger, and we are seeing a man show up on the scene. I think he's a name we're going to see for the next 10 years in the CrossFit space.
Yeah, and he's incredible positive energy. He brings that energy to the training. He enjoys the process. He doesn't, even though he's young and he's already, finding some success here, I don't think he takes for granted that that's something that he deserves, and he appreciates that it's something that has to be earned. And because he takes that attitude with him every day to the gym, into his recovery, into his lifestyle choices. And I like the fact that he's able to do all of that with a high level of dedication and still have fun in his life and have fun with people around him and bring, joy to other people. So I think that the combination of those two things does, in fact, set him up for a great career if he wants to continue doing this.
One more question for Brian about James Sprague, and then we're going to check in with Matt Souza here and listen to what Andrew Hiller, the head judge, is saying. Didn't James Sprague make it really close to the CrossFit Games as an individual this year?
Yep. He was sitting in 3rd place in the Syndicate Crown with 1 workout to go. It was a workout that was very demanding. It's called King Kong 2.0. We've spoken about that workout before. But there was some high volume or high skill gymnastics paired with some heavy sandbags and moderately heavy squat snatches. It kind of stopped him in his tracks. A bunch of people passed him by in that workout, and ultimately what it allowed for was Will Moorhead to make one of the more epic comebacks that we've seen in the semifinals these last 2 years to, more or less swipe that spot away from him going to the games this year.
Mr. Hiller.
Right here, so yeah, off to the side, wherever you feel as if you can get the very similar to the wall ball. 40, 41, 42.
So it looks like this is a judge's briefing that we're watching.
All good there? Questions on that? Chest touches the bar. They know what that means. This is different than like any other competition where it's like, I'm almost there. It's like, well, almost isn't counting. They know that. They don't touch. They won't feel it, and they will understand. Give it to them. That press. Chest touches the ground. I was extremely vocal about that. Top of the dumbbells, close up and count. They were good on the burpees. They know what it feels like. Between the dumbbells, touch chest on the ground, hands that can be on the dumbbells while they do that. It would be either a clean and jerk or a snatch. Sorry? You say everyone's going to clean and jerk, but I don't think so. No, I don't think so. They can do whatever they want there. And they've got, I don't think there's very much to go over other than that. 10 of them, yeah, just 10 of them. Jared, as far as where they're at, are they going to keep them right there for the beginning of the workout?
So I'll share with you the couple things I heard. He's emphasizing that when it's chest to bar pull-ups, that their chest absolutely has to touch the bar.
Yep.
And chest to the ground on the devil's press, and that basically the devil's press is any way of getting the dumbbell from the ground to overhead. It does not matter how you do it, but it's just he's focused just on range of motion. And that is Jared Graybeal on the left with the headphones on. That is the founder and creator of the Zelos Games. Brian? Anything?
Yeah, and this and this is this is the last workout. So the athletes are competing against their peers based on performance to this point. It's the longest workout. In fact, the total amount of time that they've been doing work in the other 3 workouts is most likely less than the amount of time they'll be doing work in this one. Additionally, there were, the workout is called Full House. There are a total of 14 movements in this competition. 6 of them are in this workout alone. So you're looking at over 2/3 of the movements that the athletes have to do. And that means over 2/3 of the movements that the judges have to judge well. So in this workout alone, the handstand walking is fairly straightforward. Start behind the line, get over the line, and it has to be 25-foot segments. So that shouldn't be much of an issue. The rowing is the rowing. But with big sets of chest to bars, 2 sets of wall balls, big set of toes to bar, and the devil press in the middle, I think Andrew's just trying to make sure that the judges are ready, because for them, this is a little different challenge, judging-wise, than the previous 3 workouts have been.
Okay, back to Souza.
Okay, and then everyone else, just make sure the heels touch and the feet touch at the same time. 1, 2, to know that they know that as well, just like the chest is. And after you've done tens of thousands of this one.
You say the dumbbells have to still be within their lane,
Okay.
but they can
I
take their
guess
own way.
in theory, they can go all the way to hell if they're in their line. But they've got to make sure that they can handstand walk.
Yeah.
That's probably the best way. They can go wherever they want. They'll be tired, they'll be fatigued, they'll be moving around. They can do it.
How high did they go quickly?
Why? It's irrelevant, but 355.
Okay.
Sevan, I'm not sure if
tail row, walks and wall ball.
I'm not sure if you can see what's going on in the background there with the ladder.
Oh, okay.
But at the facility here, they have the capacity to move these pull-up bars up and down. And so after the athletes were seated into their heats, they had, I think, 3 different options, I believe, for the athletes to choose that they wanted their pull-up bar height at, to make sure everyone could get the full range of motion on the chest to bar and toe to bar. And then they're making those adjustments there now for the athletes that are in the first heat for the men.
Okay, so meaning specifically, they're raising the bar for DeLugos.
They might be raising and or lowering the bar for any of the athletes, depending on the preferences they gave.
Okay. Yes, the event will start in 16 minutes. What you are watching is the athlete briefing.
Judges briefing.
The judges briefing with Andrew Hiller, the head judge, and Jared Graybeal, the founder of the Zelos Games. Go register now. The first workout submissions aren't due until November 15th.
Questions I have: Judge 1, Judge 2, kneeling, kneeling, standing.
Kneeling for the wall ball,
Standing for the hanging, kneeling for the other stuff. The monitoring of the line, the wall ball, the devil's press. Hanging, standing.
So there are 8 judges in total for this workout, 2 judges per lane.
We're good.
And I think that they've been able to do that for all of the workouts so far this weekend.
Not a dumb question at all. Lucas Peters, maybe a dumb question, but who programmed the Zelos Games? I know Kiefer, the programmer for Underdogs Athletics, had a role. Is that correct?
Yeah, the Zelos. So originally, Jared gave Kiefer some parameters. He said he wanted 4 workouts. He had a specific list of equipment that was available, and he gave him brief things like time domains and kind of what he was looking to test. From there, Kiefer wrote the original version of the programming. And after that was submitted, he had a little bit of back and forth with some guys at Underdogs. Then they expanded to include Andrew Hiller and I in those conversations. We did a variety of different testing, tweaked some of the workouts, and keep in mind that in the decision-making process of which weights to choose, rep schemes to have, distances on handstand walking, standards that we wanted to implement, all of those are ran through 2 filters. One being that we needed to have this live competition, and 2, more importantly, being that it also needed to be something that could be done by people who are participating at their home gyms or locations.
Kenya Clark, the birthday boy, says Hatless Brian is still a lot to take in. Happy birthday, Kenya. And Sarah Cooper, the mustache is more concerning. More concerning. Man, people love your stash, Brian. There's Jared Graybeal. Let's hear what's going on. Oh, awesome. Got the headset on right.
What's up, brother? Yeah.
What's up, dude? No, people can register now for the Zelos games. They can take a break from the feed. They can go over. They can open the window. That's over at Competition Corner. We got a link in the chat. Caleb will put it in now, and they should register and get involved in this worldwide competition. Multiple classes for different people. Get at it, right? The prize money, the little bit of prize money that's coming for this small event here, which is the promotional event, has nothing to do with the big prize purse that's available for everyone. Is this the right characterization of this event?
Yeah, pretty much. There's $5,000 allocated to this live local event, and then there's $30,000 allocated towards the online competition. Amazing. Over the span of 10 days. Same 4 workouts, same workout standards for the elite division. And then, like you said, there's other divisions. There's 10 total. There's RX, and then there's 8 age group divisions. So there's $35,000 total allocated towards the elite division. Again, 5 for here, 30 online. And then there's about $33,000 worth of prizes from all of our sponsors that are allocated towards the first, second, and third of each division. And they also get a custom name placard that they can throw up in their home gym or their garage, first, second, or third too. So some cool prizes for the other divisions.
And this isn't complicated, but it's confusing because some people are misunderstanding, and I misunderstood for a while, that they think that this is the Zelos games that they're watching. No, what you're watching is that 4 workouts have been announced, and Jared has organized this event so we can actually see. This is basically like you can think of it as a movement standards video, a 2-day movement standards video, a 2-day of watching some other people do it. That's what this is. Yeah,
to me, it's like the open announcement on steroids.
Right.
So, but I guess, I could have timed it a little differently, maybe had this and then it kicks off right afterwards, just like the open or something like that. But just the way that it worked, I wanted to do the 11th through the 21st, give people a couple more days before Thanksgiving, at least for people that, that's important. You have 3 or 4 days to prep for that. And then the weekend was the best time to host the event. So it just kind of worked out, but I know it's a little backwards. It's a hybrid event is what I'm calling it. So hopefully it sticks. Hopefully people enjoy the way that it works, and hopefully going into next year, it just makes sense for everybody.
Awesome. We're coming to the end of this weekend. Are you starting to feel a little bit of relief? Are you going to get to be, I know this has been a lot. It's a big team. Are you feeling like, oh my goodness, 2 more hours and I'll be able to eat a sandwich?
Yeah, no, well, I don't ever have a hard time eating, but I would say that after the first workout yesterday was a massive relief. Going into this thing, never having hosted a CrossFit competition in general, let alone an elite level one with a live broadcast where the whole world can see me just screw it all up. And out of the 34 volunteers we have, I think maybe 6 have done a CrossFit competition before. So obviously going into it, I was hesitant. I didn't sleep much Friday night, but after the first event, I think we executed it really well, and that was a complex, style workout with scoring cards and a lot of details managing, and it went really, really well. Obviously, there's different things that we could do better, and we get to go back to the drawing book after this. But after the first event, I was super relieved. Second event was amazing. Last night, I slept like a baby. So today's awesome. There's still obviously things we can get better at, but tonight we'll be celebrating.
Kenneth DeLapp in the comments, Jared Graybeal is a more handsome American version of Ricky Garrard. Wait a second here. I don't want to take anything away from Jared, but how dare you? Jared just doesn't have a face you want to punch. Ricky is as handsome as they get, but it just looks like he could take a punch.
I've been punched many times in my day, so I'm thankful that I still look okay.
All right. Anything else you want to add here? We are 9 minutes away from the final event.
Yeah, tune into the final event. It's going to be, if you can see the floor, As you know, all four workouts are online program. So the first, second, and third workout just ends when the athlete jumps over the barbell or finishes their snatch. So there's not a race to the finish like we see in semifinals and at the games, which can be really, really exciting for people that are neck and neck. So we didn't program this workout for this event, but we did put this workout as the last event so that there is a race to the finish, right? They all start and their number for the first time all weekend, and they're going to finish in their number for the first time all weekend. So that's going to be really exciting. For 150 feet, there are some people that are good enough at handstand walk to catch up with other people that aren't that good at handstand walk. So it's a really well-balanced workout, in my opinion, where you might have someone that's super dominant in the pulling gymnastics, right? Like they can cycle through chest to bars much quicker. You know, maybe you have a shorter athlete that cycles chest to bars way quicker than a taller athlete, but most taller athletes that are good on their hands are going to run further and faster on their hands, right? So you're going to see a race. It's going to be exciting. I think Brian, probably will be the analyst talking about it during the event, so he'll get to talk a lot about that. So I'm really excited for the viewers and the spectators and the live people to be able to see that, because it's going to be the first literal race that we'll see all weekend.
Awesome. Thank you, Jared.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Let's go over now and look at the we'll go over and look at the workouts. Caleb, if you can pull up the workout and we can start talking about the workout. Thank you, Jared. Kenya Clark, $10. This stream has been perfectly spot on. I'm sorry, I'm just editing your writing a little bit. The stream has been perfectly spot on with analysis, commentary, and interviews. I could watch you guys all day and all night. Keep up the good work, fellas. I just worked with your
word for word
original
right there.
copy. What?
Word for word.
Yeah, I just was editing his copy just a schmidgy. Okay, here is the workout. Brian, where is this going to be won or lost? Let's start with the men.
Well, in either case, you're going to have athletes that will look at this workout and know that there are implements that are very favorable for them relative to some of the others. And you'll probably have one or two athletes in both field that look down the board and say, I'm good at every single one of these things. If you know that there's a place where you can make up some ground or excel relative to the field, you definitely want to take advantage of that. If the gymnastics is suitable to you, just make sure you don't make any mistakes in that first handstand walk, and you're going to try to capitalize on that skill at the end of the workout. Obviously, also you have the 2 sets of 50 reps on the pull-up bar with the chest to bars first and the toes to bar on the way back down this kind of chipper style or pyramid style chipper workout. And so if you can, you can knock those out in a few sets or in a, maybe 30 seconds less time than others, you are probably going to want to do so. I don't think that very much time is going to be gained or lost by anyone on the row here. But the devil's press in the middle of the workout, you got to keep in mind the totality of work that the athletes have already done. It's not a huge beatdown of a workout, but think about the shoulders. They've already done the muscle up workout. They've already had to do the thrusters and burpee workout. They've already done the snatches and double under workout. You have the handstand walk as a buy-in and the wall balls overhead as well. So in those last 5 reps of the devil's press, I think we can possibly see some shoulder fatigue setting in for some of the athletes. And athletes that are able to cruise through those could make a pass there. If you're good at everything, then this is all just about managing the pace of the workout for you so that you can have a climactic finish. And what I mean by that is basically when you get off the toes to bar, that you want to be able to kick it into the next gear. Hopefully, probably if you're looking to win this workout, knock out the wall balls in one set, get immediately on the rower, build into the row a little bit, and then get the handstand walk done as quickly as possible.
Brian was already, I guess, expecting my next question. My next question was going to be, where will this workout be won or lost? A place he said to definitely watch is the devil's press, where you may see some fatigue. Someone may either fail a rep or put the dumbbells down, at which point there could be passing. I would like to say this, and this is something we've talked about a bit in the past. I think that there's a difference between the elite athletes in CrossFit and those are who, and by elite I mean the really top, the Patrick Vellner types. They don't let the workout dictate where they break, and I think a lot of the non-elite athletes try to sneak in a small break, even if it's for a second or two, during the transitions. And so the very best guys, I think, will just move seamlessly from movement to movement, not letting that dictate where they break, and they will break the best place, not the place that's dictated by the written workout.
Yeah, for sure. And we do know from analyzing, elite level CrossFit competitions and watching those things for so many years that on workouts like this, the transitions are critical. And I think you have 8 or 9 different transitions in this workout alone. And so we'll be looking for the athletes that are smooth in doing that, meaning that they're finishing their wall ball sets and they're able to get up and get that first set of chest bars out of the way right away. Maybe they don't even take the time to chalk and do that between sets 1 and 2 of the chest bars instead. Athletes that don't waste any time and immediately get on the rower, athletes that go straight from the devil's press back to the toes to bar. And that not only is that obviously going to be a time advantage for you, but it's the message that you send to the other athletes in your heat, which is that if you don't keep up, you're going to get left behind. And sometimes if you're not ready for that and you fall into someone else's pacing in terms of transitions, it can throw off whatever you thought was your plan on the next movement in the chipper.
GG Strong 1999, the best commentators in the business. Hey, thank you. That means a lot. Let's go over to Suze's cam and see if he can show us the warm-up area, Matt, and we can see the athletes that are preparing to take the field. I'm not sure if the women are going first or the men.
Men will be first here. And the 3 men that will be in the opening heat are already out on the floor. We'll have Mitch McClune, Logan Ewing, and Ethan Helbig will be the 3 athletes in Heat 1. In the back there, what Susan's looking at is athletes that are in Heat 2 that are starting to warm up. And because it is a bit of a longer workout, the athletes will have to manage that from a pacing perspective of when they want to get their warm up in as well.
And Brian, this is the first event where the athletes are actually being seeded by their placement. Is that correct?
Yeah, so coming into this event, these are the bottom 3 athletes for the men. We already know that big jumps can be made, but Mitch McClune's coming in 11th, Logan Ewing's coming in 10th, and Ethan Helby's coming in at 9th after 3 workouts.
The guys are strapping into their rowers. We are 2 minutes from the start.
Minute 20 from the start.
A minute 20, thank you. And who is that? That's Logan right there?
That's Mitch McClune in the screen. He'll be in lane 1 for this workout. Logan Ewing will be in lane 2. We only have 3 athletes in this heat, and in lane 3 will be Ethan Helbig.
And like most competition events, being in the final heat is the place you want to be, correct?
I would say yes. Primarily, of course, that means that you're doing well in the competition. Because it's only 4 workouts, because we can see that it can be big jumps at different times. 25% of the points are still available here. So I think that these guys in Heat 1, they're obviously going to establish a time to beat, but again, we'll get to it later on. But I'm looking at Heat 2 for the men and thinking that the winning time could potentially come out of there.
And who is that in particular you're thinking of?
James Gray.
Right on.
10 seconds to the start of the final workout, Heat 1 for the men. Workout's called Full House here from Las Vegas.
John Young will be joining us shortly for those of you who came here specifically to watch John Young.
So opening part of the workout is 150 feet of handstand walking. You'll notice that on this floor, there are no white lines in the middle of the floor. Each 25-foot section must be unbroken. Full hand, including fingers, must start behind the line every time. And full hand, including the palm, must cross over the line at the end of each section. So they're going to have to go down and back 3 times total for 6 lengths of the floor and 150 feet before moving on to the row. Mitch McClune is in the lead early on here. He's in lane 1. He is completing 100 feet of handstand walking there. A couple seconds behind him is Logan Ewing, and a few feet behind that is Ethan Helbig. They've got to go back under the rig once more, turn around, and finish out where they started. Then they'll move on to the row.
Brian, is this significant for these guys?
The only thing that they're really thinking about in the first part of this workout is not to make a mistake. Because it's 25 feet in a row, you don't want to get 22, 23 feet and get a little complacent and be forced to go all the way back. 150 feet's not a ton in terms of volume for athletes of this caliber. So I think that basically what you just saw there, a minute 10 to a minute 15 seconds, they're just managing that, making sure they don't get any no reps and moving on with the workout.
And now they jump on the rower, and this is the first part where their heart rate's going to get really going, and this is where the first bit of problems begin, right?
Yeah, I would say that once again, we're only on the way out here, and we have these big volume of gymnastics chunks plus the 10 heavy devil's press in the middle. If you're just looking down the floor, I think Susan might be able to zoom in here, but I see Ethan Helbig right in front of me, and he's pulling 1,500, 1,600 on the rower, whereas Logan Ewing's only pulling in the 1,300s, and Mitch McClune's also right around 1,300. So Ethan's been a little bit more aggressive to start the row here. But again, this is like we talked about. There's going to be a place where you have a bit of an advantage. And if Ethan feels that he can hold this pace and not let his heart rate elevate, he can make up a little bit of the time he gave away on the handstand walk and hopefully still be feeling good moving forward from here into with the wall balls.
And they know that they have a long way to go, so pacing is everything.
Yeah, and so we got to the rower at about 1:15. The guys are basically halfway through the row here. They're all somewhere between 25 and 30 calories, and it's more or less looking like these 50 cals are going to take 2 minutes to 2 minutes and 15 seconds for these guys to get off the rower.
There's some conventional wisdom that, hey, the first guy off the bike is not the guy who's going to win the event. Could you say that about this event also? The first guy off the rower is it's premature. He kind of, as they say in the business, he bought the bait.
Possibly. Just looking across the board, none of them have really slowed down too much in their pacing. There's only 5 to 10 calories left for each of the guys. We see 5 calories left for Helbig here. And he is backing off a little bit, which is not too surprising for me. His calories per hour are down in the 1380 to 1420 range. And he's coasting in here, but he still looks fairly composed. And he'll be moving on to a set of 35 wall balls. I know that the 35 wall balls looks a little unusual compared to the sets of 50 on the gymnastics. Originally, we had thought about making this a mandated unbroken set of 35. We tested it out that way, and we actually liked that as an idea. Kiefer and Jared and Dakota, we all liked that as an idea, but we thought it would be very difficult to administer in the online competition. So we decided to leave it at 35 reps, just as a little bit, like you said, of a bait or a teaser, so that you kind of at this level don't feel like there's any excuse to break those up. But what will that do to the shoulders, again, given what we've already done and what's still to come? So I don't expect very many breaks here, but I don't know that it's necessarily the best decision for every athlete.
So basically you're saying that the 150 feet of handstand walk was the first kind of, hey, we're going to touch your shoulders a little bit. And now when they're doing these wall balls, they're feeling that handstand walk. I
meant the totality of the 3 workouts leading into it. Like we talked about in the build-up, you had the muscle-up workout, which hits the shoulders a little bit. You had the thrusters, cleans, and burpees, which gets the shoulders a little bit. You had the snatches and double unders this morning, plus the handstand walking. So it's not that it's too much volume or anything for these guys. It's just kind of sneakily there. And, like I said, 35 wall balls, you don't think you need to break. Ethan decided to do them unbroken. We do see both Mitch and Logan choosing to take a break on the wall balls here. And I don't necessarily think that that's that bad of an idea.
Did you guys consider using a 30-pound ball at all?
We did not. Helbig has moved on. Yep. Helbig has moved on, so he's in the back there doing pull-up, one set of 50 chest bar pull-ups. Logan Ewing will be second to the bar, and Mitch McClune also has finished up his wall balls and will be joining him. I think you're going to see a bunch of different strategies on the chest to bar pull-ups. And 2 things will likely weigh into the athlete's decision process there. One being, obviously, their comfortability and capacity with this movement for a set of 50. But second is how much they're thinking about that set of 10 devil's press with the 70-pound dumbbells that comes right after it. My guess is that we'll see 3 sets for a lot of these guys, 4 sets for some. And if there is someone who's exceptionally good at chest bar pull-ups, they may try to knock them out in 2. So 2 to 4 sets, kind of my expectation for this set of 50 chest bars.
And we just saw Ethan Helbig come off the bar after his second set. That's the second time he's come off the bar. So we're guessing he's going to finish up here.
If not in this set, maybe one more. We'll see here where his judge is at. I'm thinking he's right around 40 reps at this point. So
that was a set of break. 8. So a set of 8 on his third set.
Yeah, and I'm not entirely sure what he chose to do there. I guess it could end up being 5 sets if he did something like 15, 15, 8, 7, 5 or something like that. Well, we'll find out here. All three guys up on the pull-up bar, chipping away on these 50 chest to bars.
I've yet to see a no rep, Brian.
I don't think I've seen one either. And, and there he is, in fact, finishing it up in 4 sets for Helbig. He's right at the 640 mark. So we can take note of that as a time, as a little bit of a benchmark here. Getting to the dumbbells at 640.
So this is brutal here. This is heavy. This is 140 pounds overhead.
Yeah, and he is, as we talked about this a little bit, and we debated this back and forth. The chest to the ground in between the dumbbells was never a point of contention. We all wanted that to be the standard. Whether we were going to allow the athletes to do the clean and press, if they so choose to, or mandate a snatch or one smooth motion overhead was something we went back and forth on. Already we see here that Ethan Helbig is choosing to snatch all the reps up to this point. Mitch and Logan have gone to the clean and press straight away. I tested this workout out with modified weights and had some other buddies test it out, and we all agreed that the clean and press was far less demanding than the snatched overhead. So even if you can do it, like Ethan obviously can, I don't know if it's the best strategy when you do have the option for the clean and press at your disposal.
God, I wish this camera wasn't so chunky. This is our best angle.
It's only 10 reps, but you see that there's a deliberate pacing here for the athletes. Logan Ewing choosing to take a break and step away from his dumbbells. Like I said, the second 5 devil's press here, to me, is where you're really going to know if you've made a good approach to this workout or not. You see Ethan looking over at Mitch. Mitch had fallen behind him a little bit on the wall balls and chest to bars, but he's already caught back up. I think they're within 1 rep here as they're getting into the back half of this set of chest to bars.
So they're doing onesies here.
It'll pretty much be, it's Helbig moving on at the 8:25 mark. So it took about a minute and a half to do that set of 10 devil's press. I think that's fairly expected pace for most of these guys, maybe 9-10 seconds per rep.
Oh, what was his time there? Ethan's time as he came off the devil's press?
8:25. So we had 6:40 off the chest to bars, 8:25 off the devil's press, and the only change on the way back down is that instead of chest to bars, they have a set of 50 toes to bar. And this is in particular where I think we're going to learn a lot about whether the athletes pace the first part of this workout well or not. Again, 50 toes to bar is not a huge number for these guys, but what I think Ethan's done here is open with a set of 10, and you may see him do 5 sets of 10, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a strategy similar to that from a lot of guys. Mitch McClune in the background is also moving back to the toes to bar. He'll be starting in on his first set. He's about 50 seconds behind Ethan in terms of his transition time there. And Logan Ewing is still working on finishing up the set of devil's press.
I noticed Ethan Helbig just took his shirt off. Are there any movements here that would require you to keep your shirt on, that basically because the bar is slippery or anything like that?
No, I think if anything, the dumbbells and the devil's press, if you're going to get them to the shoulder, but outside of that, no. After he finishes the toes to bar, he'll head back to the wall ball for 35 reps. He'll head back to the rower for 50 cals, and he'll finish with the handstand walk. So if anything, the shirt and the handstand walk could be hanging down and in his way as it's getting heavy and sweaty. I think probably a good decision to lose the shirt if he was feeling like it here. He's jumping up for what will be his 4th set of toes to bar. I'm kind of thinking that he's going to do 5 sets of 10. We'll see if he's able to hold on to that strategy. I think, he came down there. I think he may end up needing 5 sets, or 6 sets, excuse me.
And Logan Ewing is in 3rd place. Last one to the toes to bar.
Last one to the toes to bar in this heat. Yep, chipping away on his set of 50. But he's, time-wise, he's getting there quite a bit after Ethan. And we're looking at, by the way, a 22-minute cap for this workout. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that 17 minutes is doable as kind of maybe a time to eventually win this thing. But anything finishing under the cap is still going to be a good time.
I haven't seen anyone really slow down. It looks like everyone's staying out of the red line.
Yeah, Ethan's starting to breathe a little bit heavier. I think he may have had a plan and then a secondary plan that he had to go to here at the end. But I think he's getting pretty close to finishing these toes to bar. 5 reps to go for Ethan Helbig. So he's going to be finishing pretty close to the 11:30 mark, meaning that these 50 reps are going to take him over 3 minutes to complete. And this is where you start to learn whether that first half of the workout was good or not. I have a feeling that we'll see guys in the later heats that are able to get through this set of 50 a little bit faster. And to the question that you were asking in the build-up, this might be the toes to bar may be the critical component of this workout.
Souza, great camera work, buddy. You're killing it.
Helbig back to the wall ball, so he's kind of in what I would call the home stretch of this workout. 35 wall balls. Mitch McClune is not far behind him there in the background, maybe 8 rep difference. We did see that Mitch dropped once in the way out. Ethan chose to do all 35 unbroken. I really would struggle. I don't believe we're going to see Ethan make a break here. I'm curious to see if Mitch has saved a little bit and he can also do 35 unbroken before heading back to the rower.
Mitch McClune might be pulling a Justin Medeiros. I think he closed the gap on the toes to bar there, and he might his pacing might pay off here at the end.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's choosing again to take a break. I don't know if that's planned or needed, but keep in mind, Mitch was a little bit faster than Ethan on the handstand walking at the start of this heat. Ethan had the advantage than him on the row. Ethan is in the last 5 reps here, and he's going to do another set of unbroken wall balls. We'll see how much of a lead he has going to the rower, but barring a mistake on the handstand walk, I think that this heat is now Ethan's to lose. However, there's 2 more heats to come, and it's going to be in his best interest not to take the heat win for granted, but to try to set as fast a time as possible for those other 8 guys to chase down.
Okay, so Logan Ewing is hurting now. He's doing
He just
laps.
did a double.
Yeah, he just did 2 wall balls. He's wounded.
He's talking to someone in his coaching or his team off the railing. He's saying, I'm not sure what he's saying, but he can tell he's not feeling great. In the meantime, Ethan Helbig is 10 calories into his row. He's pulling a steady 1,500 here, which is pretty close to what he was pulling on the way out. So my guess is Ethan is feeling pretty good. We'll see if he builds into this row at all or if he just kind of hangs out at the 1,500 mark and sets himself up for the handstand walk. Mitch McClune getting on the rower, 17 calories behind Helbig, and clearly in second place in this heat.
And it's a 40-calorie row, Brian?
50 cals for the men, 40 cals for the ladies later on.
And can you see the rowers from where you're standing? Is that how you know how far in he is?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Helbig's at the halfway point. He's dropped off, pulling in the mid-1400s here. Got less than 25 calories to go. On the other side of the floor, Mitch is chipping away. He's not pulling as many calories per hour, and he's approaching 10 calories into his row.
The Souza can.
14.5 minutes into the workout at this point, and Helbig only has 14 calories and 150 feet of handstand walking left. So I had thought 17 minutes. Looking at Ethan do this workout right here, I'm thinking that we can definitely see a time that fast, if not faster. On the way out, these guys were taking about a minute 10, minute 15 for the handstand walk. Helbig is cruising in here, 3 calories to go. We're at the 15-minute point. If he's able to get onto the handstand around 15:20, 15:25, we could possibly be looking at a time of under 17 minutes to kick things off in Heat 1.
Brian, I'm starting to think Logan's injured.
He's definitely not feeling well. Don't know what's going on with him, but he doesn't look to be himself right now for sure.
It didn't look like he was getting any no reps either.
He just walked completely across the floor. Did he go over and talk to his coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only doing one or 2 reps at a time.
He said he's not doing anymore. So, yeah.
Honestly, that was me earlier. So I don't know.
He's got some tape on his knee there, as you can see. Pull the knee sleeve down. In the meantime, Helbig is kicking up behind him here at the 15:45 mark to start this first 25-foot section of handstand walks. So he's got to accumulate 6 total of those for 150 total feet. We just passed the 16-minute mark. And again, Ethan is looking to set as fast a time as possible here for the later heats to try to chase down. Despite saying he was done, Logan did try to give it another go, but he looks like he's not going to be able to finish this one.
Looks like he's favoring his right leg.
And so Mitch McClune needs Ethan Helbig basically to mess up these handstand walks.
Yeah, McClune is pulling about 1,050 calories per hour on the rower right now, substantially less than he did on the way out. He's 43 of the 50 calories done. In the meantime, Ethan has completed 75 out of 150 feet on the handstand walk. He's got to come back to the finish line one more time, down and back to finish out the workout. We're at the 16:40 mark, so he's definitely slowing relative to his pace on the way out, and we see a little bit hectic with the handstand walk, but he gets it done. 50 feet to go.
That's just the down and back, right?
Down and back, and he'll be done. Mitch McClune has finished up on the rower just at the 17-minute mark. So he's got plenty of time, 5 minutes to get 150 feet in, and he kicks up pretty quickly.
Ooh.
We see McClune moving very well on his hands, just as we saw in the onset of this workout 17 minutes ago. Last 25 seconds. So Helbig is risking it here. Very little break. Didn't pay off from the judge. Called him back. He had his finger on the line. Resets. Good to go. All he has to do is complete this section, and he'll be setting a time to beat. Mitch McClune, 50 of the 150 in the bank right now. And Ethan Helbig closes it out, 17:33. An excellent time coming out of Heat 1 for Ethan Helbig. Mitch McClune, 75 of the 150 feet in the bank, and is continuing to look pretty good on his hands. Minimal breaks, no mistakes so far.
Souza, what did Ethan say to you?
He said, "Tell Taylor I can do gymnastics."
John Young in the house. What's up, brother?
What's up, man? How are y'all?
Good. Thanks for joining us.
50 feet to go for McClune. 4 minutes until the time cap here. It does look like Logan Ewing is going to be unable to continue with the workout. So last athlete working right now on the floor. 25 feet to go for Mitch McClune.
We are in Las Vegas at the Zelos Games. This is event 4, the final event. Go sign up now for the worldwide competition. And the first heat of men is now over. Sorry, Brian, go ahead.
All right, Mitch McClune finished it out, 18:25. Logan's not going to finish the workout, so Heat 1 is in the books, and the Zelos Games has come to an end for both Ethan Helbig, Mitch McClune, and Logan Ewing.
Nice wink to our camera guy, executive producer of the Sevan Podcast, Matthew Souza.
Because he's cute.
Can you guys update me on the leaderboard for the men right now?
Oh, absolutely. Let's pull up the leaderboard. We'll give it a quick peek for John Young and anyone else who has joined us tarde, late. We'll take a peek.
We've talked about it.
Tudor's got a thick lead.
Tudor in first place, Tola Moraquino in second place, Leonel Frankel in third place, Jack Rosama in fourth place, Dennis Samsonoff in fifth, James Sprague in sixth. John, we were speculating that this is a James Sprague workout, so we expect some movement here and something fantastic from him. Let's take a peek at the women's. Andrea Nisler in first place with 271. Christine Kohlenbrander 248. She is within striking distance. Alex Gazan 218. Those are your current sitting on the podium. At fourth place, Devin Kim. Fifth place, Solveig Sigurðardóttir. And sixth, Elia Miller. You like that, Brian? Take a page out of your book. Say it fast. Elia Miller with 185. I do think that the podium and first place is open here as well.
Yeah, I agree. I'm for the podium for sure.
All righty. Back to the floor. Thank you, Mr. Beaver.
Yeah, and if we can get a shot of the competition floor, we can see that once again, the crew here at Camp Rhino is making the change to the pull-up bars to accommodate the various heights of the athletes. In heat number 2, both James Sprague and Matt DeLugos will be competing, and they did have the option. Their pull-up bar will be set to 96 inches. The other two athletes in this heat, Dennis Samsonov and Pete Mason, will have their pull-up bar set at 90 inches. All of those were the specified heights that the athletes chose from the options that they were given.
So that's 96 inches. That's 8 feet. 8 feet.
Yep.
Brian, have we done the
Really
math?
just dealing with it was dispute.
Damian Castro, John Young is hiding the leather belt and the leather mask.
Have we done the math on how much Sprague would have to beat Tudor by to win? Is it insurmountable?
Well, there's not a definitive answer to that because of the the way that the scoring is. But James Sprague knows coming into this workout that he doesn't just need to win it, but he needs to win it in a convincing fashion, or at least that's the attitude that he's approaching it with. We saw, in Heat 1 that Helbig went out a little hot on that rower, went for the unbroken 35, wall balls on the way up the pyramid, and it didn't really seem to cost him. He still had a nice finish. Yes, his handstand walk was a little slower on the way back, but I think that's expected for most of the athletes. So I think if he learned anything from that, it would be to trust his fitness on the way back and not be overly cautious going out. I don't think he has much to lose here.
Matty DeLugos of Underdogs Athletics warming up there in the athlete warm-up area. Damian Castro, what does an executive producer do? He does everything. He makes sure that the people who need to get paid. He is in charge of the schedule. He is in charge of organizing everyone at the event. He's in charge of making sure all the camera equipment, audio equipment is there. He's there to make sure that the guests show up on time. Everything. What it's not part of his responsibility is manning the camera, but he has also taken that up. It's basically everything. And it involves me texting you 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, just with stuff that I want to get done. So and then basically he's at the top of the chain of command and then just delegates from there. Everything you see, someone needs a new computer, whatever, all of it. All righty. We are in the warm-up area. I'm going to assume by looking at the warm-up area that Matt DeLugos is going next and James Sprague. And there should be two more guys, I'm sure. Oh, you're muted, Brian. Brian, you're muted.
Yeah, the four guys coming up in this heat are Pete Mason, Dennis Samsonov, James Sprague, and Matt DeLugos. All of them are back there kind of warming up, staying loose. That last heat ended a little bit early, with Logan Ewing pulling out and Mitch McCoon's finishing about an 18:30 mark, but they're still going to run on time. They have to allow the equipment crew to change the pull-up bar heights in the back there. So the guys are just staying loose, getting the last couple touches on each of the movements in this workout before taking the floor.
As Brian stated earlier, Brian does believe that the winner of this event is in this heat. I would like to get John Young's opinion on that, but first I'd like to ask Matt Souza. Matt, any word on Logan Ewing about his injury and why he stopped the event?
No, but it looked like there was something up with his knee. He's kind of been chatting with some people, so I gave him a little bit of space. But I'm going to try to catch up with him in a little bit here. But you could definitely tell it was something with his knee. The taped up one you guys noted, he's favoring it pretty good and limping a little bit here. So. Okay,
we'll wait for that. John, is the winner of the fourth event in this heat with Pete, Speedy Gonzalez, Mason, Dennis, the Fittest Wizard, Samsonov, James Sprague, and Matty DeLugos from Underdogs Athletics?
Yeah, I think so. I think Sprague's going to murder this one. If you look at it, it's a long chipper with multiple big man implements. So this is a Brent Fikowski workout, and I kind of think James Sprague fits that mold. I don't put it past Tudor to win because I think he can handstand walk like a freak. So if he knows that time is within grasp, he knows what time Sprague will put up. So it's easier to beat a time once it's been set. So I don't put that as a possibility, but I think James Sprague will take it, like Brian said.
Okay, we got Brian on the floor, Matt Souza on the floor with Hiller and the athletes. I'd like to say something basically about my thoughts on things that we present to you on this show and on the Sevan Podcast in general. There's never a point to be controversial. Nothing is ever done to go out of the way to be controversial. What there is there's no fear of being provocative. There's a big distinction between that. Just being controversial for the sake of being controversial is asinine, in my opinion. But to shy away from being provocative and honest shows a lack of integrity, and that is something that I don't ever want to slip on if I can help it. And I appreciate the base of the group of listeners always keeping me in check. Thank you. Okay, Andrew Hiller. Look how small Andrew looks next to James Sprague. He is a midget next to him.
So I don't know,
but he split cleans a lot more than him.
Put Hiller next to Matt DeLugos.
I cannot believe, but it's more than just Sprague's is tall. I mean, he is turning into the Hulk.
Yeah, he's jacked. He's jacked.
He's a thick
old
boy.
What is he, 215?
He's listed at 210 right now, but I think he's put on some weight since that. 1 minute until the start of this heat. This will be the final heat of the live version of the Zelos games here in Las Vegas. Heat number 2 for the men. We'll have Pete Mason, Dennis Samsonov, James Sprague,
Thank
Matt
you,
DeLugos.
Dennis.
They're going to be tackling a down and back chipper with some handstand walking, rowing, wall balls, chest to bars, devil's press, and the only thing that changes on the way back out is the toes to bar. 17:33 is the current time to beat, coming out of Heat 1 by Ethan Helbig. We got 30 seconds till the start of Heat 2.
Souza, I dare you to go over and put your hand on Dennis's back. Just like cop a feel. Wait till there's like they go 3-2, and then put your hand on his back.
I'm gonna wait till he's all sweaty and do it.
God, that guy is thick.
He dances good too.
Coming out of the gate, they're going to have 150 feet of handstand walking. Must be done in 25-foot unbroken sections. They'll have to go down and back 3 times on this floor before they can move on.
Why don't all these guys dress like James Sprague? Like, why isn't everyone wearing compression shorts underneath and then the smaller shorts on top? Wouldn't that be the most functional way to move, not having your clothes rub against you?
I think it's just a matter of preference and what you're used to. What I do notice from James Sprague here is that he's wasting almost no time on the transitions, and there's a sense of urgency early on in the workout. Dennis Samsonov and Pete Mason are right behind him. Dennis is showing that similar, very quick turnaround and transition. Matt DeLugos bringing up the rear on the handstand walks, but it looks like he's very composed in doing so, and I think that's probably a good idea for him. Don't get pulled into what other people are doing early in this workout. DeLugos will know that there's an opportunity later on with the row and the wall ball and the devil's press to pick up a little bit of time.
Look how minor DeLugos' arch is in his back. He's almost vertical.
Yeah, up to his knees, and then he has the definitive bend there. Samsonov and Sprague both off the handstand walk at the 1 minute mark, and what you saw right there that I didn't see it from the Heat 1 guys was a very, very deliberate and fast transition. They were mounting the rower, sliding a foot in, grabbing the handle, and getting ready to go all at the same time. We talked about that we're going to look for the athletes to do well on this workout, to not just obviously do great with the movements, but to minimize the transitions and get into that next working segment as fast and smoothly as possible. If we're looking at the row, none of these guys seem to be having the same aggression in terms of calories per hour as Ethan Helbig have. Everyone is pulling between 13 and 1,400 calories per hour. Of the top 3 guys, DeLugos is the only one who's going over 1,500 calories per hour. So he's already, this is where what we thought might happen. He's trying to make up the difference that he gave away on the handstand walk on the row, and given his size and length, he can probably do so without exerting too much more effort than the rest of the guys.
Brian, what was the time that the guys got off the rower, the first guy got off the rower? Do you remember?
Yeah, it took about 2 minutes on the row, so we're looking at maybe like 3:15, 3:20 there. Just checking in on Sprague and Samsonov. They're pull for pull here, both just hitting the 25 calorie mark at the same second, which is 2:12. That took them 1 minute, 10 seconds to do. If it takes 1 minute, 10 seconds for them to do the second part, then they'll be right there in the same mix, right around 3:25, 3:30, heading to the wall ball.
It is possibly a little dangerous for Sprague to be next to Dennis because Dennis has nothing to lose. And so James has to be very careful that he doesn't pace off of this guy because this guy, like I said, has nothing to lose. They all know that they're working with the Z score. James needs to stay in his game.
And very consistent rowing across the board. DeLugos has backed up a little bit. He's in the upper 1400s. The rest of the guys cruising around 1250 to 1350. 10 calories to go for Samsonov, 8 to go for Sprague. Mason's got about 15 left, and DeLugos similarly 13 left. Hands up in the air for Sprague and Samsonov, and again, they've been unable to put really any distance between the two of them right now.
Do you see anything?
Calorie.
Is any of this pacing, John, odd for you? Are you concerned that anyone's come out too hot already?
No, they all look controlled. And I know 1,500 for DeLugos. He held 1,700 the entire quarterfinal workout. That was 120 wall balls and then 120 cal rowing. He held 1,700 the entire time. So 1,500 is nothing for him.
So you like what you see?
Yeah, everybody seemed very, very paced. It didn't seem out of the realm of pacing for anybody.
Damian Castro, $5. Souza is the man. Get a
as
rower,
expected
Kenneth.
there, DeLugos was able to erase the deficit from the handstand walking on the rower. He was actually able to pull almost even with Samsonov and a couple calories behind Sprague heading to the wall ball. Just looking at these athletes in this heat, I don't think anyone's breaking the wall balls here. And then a lot of difference is going to be made up on the gymnastics for these guys. Some of the bigger athletes in the field, and like John said, it feels like a Brent Fikowski workout, and we know from watching Brent Fikowski attack these shippers over the years, you don't have to do big sets on the gymnastics to stay relevant in these types of workouts. He has done all sets of 5. Fikowski has done all sets of 5 on gymnastics in big sets like this before and not given much away. But all 4 of these athletes are finished with their wall balls within 5-6 seconds of each other. And Pete Mason, who was the last one to the wall ball, is the first one on the pull-up bar and has 2 in the bank before James Sprague jumps up.
Crazy.
He just didn't chalk up. He just went straight to it.
Yep, another thing that we talked about with the transition early on, you don't need to chalk for that first rep. Don't do it. Get a set out of the way. Send a little message to the rest of the competitors. Maybe they jump up earlier than they want to, and you can take advantage of it. Early breaks from these athletes here. All of them, I'm guessing, have a plan on this set of chest to bars.
Do you remember how many sets Ethan Helbig did this in?
4 sets for the chest to bars, 6 sets for the toes to bar for Helbig. I don't think the number of sets is necessarily what we're looking at. We know that Helbig was done with the chest to bar at the 6:40 mark. Right now we're at 5:30, and these guys are already at the halfway point with the chest to bars. So I'm expecting that they'll have a little bit of a lead over him heading to the devil's press.
Sprague and DeLugos taking Sprague and DeLugos taking an extended break, especially DeLugos.
Yeah, it's hard to tell what reps the guys are at here, but I would have to say that Samsonov looks very, very smooth on this set of chest to bars so far.
DeLugos resting again.
Yep, 6:10 on the clock, so 30 seconds away from the split time that we had for Helbig. And hands up in the air for Pete Mason. So he's got a 20-second advantage on Helbig getting to the dumbbells. James Sprague 2 seconds behind that. Pete Mason, once again, excellent in transition. Straight down to the ground, and Sprague right behind him. Going to the clean and press early on here.
And here's the thing. James knows he just has to be – I mean, he wants to kill everybody in this workout, but as far as the people he's going against, he knows he's going to row faster than everybody except DeLugos. So if he's behind by a rep or two, it doesn't faze him at all. Because if he's 5 seconds behind, he's just going to go past him and they can't do anything about it.
Even with the extended breaks, DeLugos is only 3 reps behind the leader.
Yep, all 4 guys working on the devil's press, and the last one to the dumbbells was DeLugos, but he was right at about 6:42. So Helbig his time would be in the mix with these guys here. Again, we saw Helbig take a lot of time on that toes to bar. There's only a few reps less for devil's press, 3 reps for Sprague, 4 reps for Mason. And if they're able to do those toes to bar in a little bit less time than Helbig was, that's where they can make up some time relative to him.
Look at Dennis.
He's not even moving his feet to get the dumbbells overhead. It's pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Last rep for Sprague here. 7:45 heading back to the rig. He was definitely faster on those by about 40 seconds than Helbig was.
LDY 2742, Tudor makes a statement on this workout.
James chipping into the toes to bar straight away, and he's going to have at least 5 or 6 in the bank before Mason even makes an attempt. So small set from Sprague to start things off on the toes to bar. Mason starting on his first set. Samsonov 1 devil's press to go. DeLugos 2 devil's press to go.
We basically only have 1 camera that's not choppy. It's a Sousa cam.
Very different approach here from Mason and Sprague. Mason seemed to knock out a chunk of maybe 15 to start. Sprague's been taking calculated smaller sets, but with breaks that are a little bit longer than I would like to see. We saw Samsonov look smooth on the gymnastics on the way out, and he's getting underway with the toes to bar here.
Sousa, when you film from DeLugos' side, see if you can get the rest of the field in the background.
I would argue, Brian, that Mason needs to do that in order to beat them. If he fades, then he fades. But if he doesn't do this, he has no shot at winning.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And he does look like he's hurting a little bit here. Maybe that big set wasn't the best for him in the long run. We'll find out. But I agree with you. He definitely has to take the risk.
Man, I'm surprised DeLugos is staying in the game with some of the breaks he's taking. I also noticed that DeLugos didn't even look like he was push jerking. He looked like he was just strict pressing.
Yeah, this is the nature of this workout, and it makes for a pretty exciting final because you can definitely give something away in the gymnastics, reel it back in with the rower and the wall ball, give something away in the gymnastics, capitalize on the devil's press, and it continues in that fashion. So you know, if you're going to win this workout, you need to be good on almost everything and not give a lot away on the thing that's the most difficult for you.
What's after these toes to bar, wall balls, rowing, and then handstand walk?
Yeah, so the toes to bar here is the last really, difficult or challenging thing in terms of where the athletes will need to take breaks. So right now, no matter how bad you're feeling, if you got 15 reps to go, you don't need to worry about doing whatever sets you can. Just get up there and get it done, because next up you have 35 wall balls. That's fairly straightforward for these guys, and every one of them knows how to catch their breath and build into a 50-cal row. And the handstand walk at the end, 150 feet, feel more difficult than the start, but it's still something that these guys should be expecting to do. Mason's going to have the lead coming off the toes to bar, but not by much. James Sprague was only 2 reps behind him, and both of them were picking up the wall ball within a few seconds of each other.
So James is now 3 reps behind on the wall ball.
Yeah, and we'll see if any of them takes a break here. I would say it's unlikely. Like I said, only the row and handstand walk to come. You got to just kind of dig deep here and go for it.
Pete Mason using that Fikowski technique, huh? After he lets go of the ball.
That's the old Fikowski technique. The new Fikowski technique is also just squat and receive the ball in the bottom position, which I don't know. He's doing maybe a little bit of that. Either way, his cycle rate is good. I think he and James are basically going rep for rep right here, and if neither of them breaks, they'll probably have a 2-rep lead heading to the row. As John said, the row is obviously going to favor James. James also was faster than Pete on the handstand walk at the beginning of the workout. So as long as neither one of them makes a mistake, I think James should be holding the edge coming into the closing part of this workout.
What's DeLugos thinking right now as he's doing toes to bar and Pete Mason has already passed the wall ball?
He's thinking he's
losing.
He's
got to get through these toes to bar as fast as possible and get to the movements where he can make his move. So Pete Mason's cycle rate on wall balls was definitely faster than James. But after all of that is said and done, he's got 1 calorie on his rower, and James has already caught up to him. Right now, Pete's pulling about 1,000 calories per hour. James's monitor is already reading 1,380.
Wow.
He's up.
I feel like James is only going to get faster as he's recovering from the wall balls, and it's curtains for everybody else.
But Pete Mason's faster on the handstand walk. Is that correct?
No, James was faster on the handstand walk. And James Sprague right now, he's pulling mid-1300s very consistently. He's staring at the clock. The clock is right in front of the athletes where they're sitting here. You can see it in the background of that shot. He sees 12:40 on the clock. He knows that this row is going to take him about 2:10. And he's got maybe 1 minute to 90 seconds of handstand walking. He could already be thinking about what's possible here. And I know from talking to James yesterday that he is well aware that every second he can push ahead on this workout could end up mattering. So look for him to send this row all the way through and risk it on the handstand walk to try to get as fast a time as possible, knowing that the top guys are still yet to come. Not sure if you can hear it there, but actually have Ed Mao, Tudor's coach, yelling at James from the sideline, encouraging him to stay with it and to increase his power as he goes through this row.
Yeah, we can hear him.
That was the giant guy, right?
He's thick, but that wasn't the guy we saw cleaning and with Hiller.
No, 15 calories left for Sprague, 13:30 on the clock, and he's still in the mid-1400s in terms of his calories per hour. Lugos is pulling about 1250. Samsonov pulling about 1200. Mason pulling about 1150.
Oh, and how many calories does Mason have?
So Sprague is at 44. Mason is at 34. Samsonov is at 25. And I can't get to DeLugos right now.
So he's going to put he came back from a 1 calorie deficit when he started, and he's already put 10 or 11 on Pete Mason.
50 in the bank, and Mason is just ticking over 40. 14:50
Take
on
off,
the clock.
James.
He's got 3 minutes and 15 seconds for the time to beat, but that is not what he's thinking about here. He wants to get this done as fast as possible, and hopefully for him it'll be around the 15:30 mark.
15:30 be great.
5 more to go.
Gosh, that sounds
Pete
like
Mason,
a lot
5
more.
calories left on the row. Samsonov has 12 calories to go on the row.
4 more handstand walks for James Sprague.
Come on, James! Zulugos is at 30 calories. Pete Mason finishing up now. Samsonov has 8 to go. James Sprague will be finishing out 75 of 150 feet of handstand walking. He's got 3 more lengths to go. 15 minutes on the clock.
Andrew Soloway, $9.99. Great event, Jared. Good work, Killer, Sevan and company. Awesome coverage all around. Thank you, Andrew. 2 more to go for James Sprague.
Yep, down and back to go for him. Pete Mason is chipping away at the handstand walks. He's in his second of 6 walks. Dennis Samsonov getting to the handstand walk at 15:20, and DeLugos is closing in on his 50 cals. 1 length to go for James.
Go, James.
15:30 on the clock. It usually takes him about 10 seconds to do a length. Kicks up at the 15:32 mark.
What's the time to beat?
17:33. So he's well ahead of
He
it.
smoked it.
Just needs to stay composed. Gets across. 15:42. New time to beat, and that is massive. 2 minutes ahead of the fastest time from earlier. And these guys are still working away. 50 feet to go for Mason, 100 feet to go for Samsonov, 150 feet to go for DeLugos.
You're now getting some live. Go ahead, John.
I know he's really behind, but I feel like this is huge for Mason. Here behind Sprague, but
he's behind Sprague, but he still has an opportunity to put a time up that's over a minute faster than the previous time to beat. Unless he makes a mistake here, will have beaten Samsonov and DeLugos. And as long as he gets this last 25 feet of handstand walking in, this weekend as a whole is going to end up being a major success for Pete Mason.
You're looking at Pete Mason come across the finish line in the far lane. Dennis Samsonov walking towards you on his hands.
16:31 for Mason, so that's a minute and 2 seconds ahead of Helbig's time from Heat 1. Samsonov wasting no time, kicking right back up and making his way down the floor for his last handstand walk. As long as he's able to stay steady here, he'll have the 3rd fastest time up to this point, and that's in the bank, 16:47. DeLugos, the last athlete on the floor, chipping away on the final part of this workout. He's going to have 50 feet left to go, 16:55 on the clock. So he also can still come in underneath the time from Heat 1.
That looks less than ideal, his shirt situation.
Well, and that's what we were talking about when you asked about Ethan taking his shirt off. The only time it could possibly get into the way is hanging down like that on the handstand walk. But at this point, he's not going to be thinking too much about that, just trying to get this workout done. Last 5 feet here, nice and composed, 17:22. Comes in 11 seconds ahead of the previous time to beat.
So if we can we take? Like,
Hold on 1 second, John. Sorry, we got audio from Susan's camera. Let's see if we can hear what's going on here.
Yeah, I can do that. It takes away the mental factor of thinking when I just have to listen to someone. Even if you don't want to go, you go. I know he knows me well too, and he wouldn't let me fail. So it's good.
Yeah, that's killer.
Yeah. See what happens. Need to make up a lot of points. Next heat determines it.
Great
I
job.
got 35 to make up on Tola, I think. Got 15 to make up on Leo. Those are the top 3. And then Fate will be it. Hopefully we take the 100 there.
You happy with that last event?
Happy. 2 no reps on the wall balls. Couldn't change really much besides that. Played my game even when Pete was ahead, just so you went back half it to rower and wall balls. It's your jam. Stay patient.
Yeah. How's your body feeling today? How's
Dude, it's good. Triceps a little shot, quads a little shot, but 2 days of competition, it's nice.
Yeah.
How about those doubles press though?
Oh, bro, those were heavy. Anyone that does this, that's like the peak of the workout. After that, it's fun. You're good to go. The core rowing too. Rowing after the tote bar. That was interesting. Like, felt that. Thanks, bro. That's a big judgment. That's awesome. Thank you so much. That was an awesome event.
Souza, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so some words from the winner, James Sprague. He seems pretty confident and happy with his workout. It is always difficult to tell with him because he is always so optimistic. But we did see that he did take first place, and he beat everyone in the other heats and his heat by a significant margin. What was the time for him versus second place?
It was 15:31 for him, and second place was 16:32.
Wow.
Or, the other way around, 15:32, 16:31. It was a minute.
Here we go.
Nervous snacking.
I have to take advantage around here.
We gotta get you a bunch of
Like
snacks to take
honey
back.
loaded
Honey
stick, honey wheat.
Do you always eat this close to working out?
Still got 40 minutes. No, but no.
So it is nervous snacking, huh?
Yeah,
Brittany was right there. That's awesome. How are you guys feeling today? Yeah? Ready to rock with this last event? Yeah?
Last one.
Awesome.
Exciting.
Good job. Keep up that nervous snacking.
Boy, they look like they're having fun. Tudor Magda over there. That's definitely warm-up area. Sarah Cox, thank you so much. Always thank you. For those of you, yes, thank you, Mr. Beaver. Go to cahormones.com. Use the code Sevan for a free consult from the doctor. If you are in the state of California, you can also get free blood work. To learn more, always watch the Sevan Podcast, and you will hear lots more about it. And then don't forget that Andrew Hiller has a show on Tuesdays called Testosterone Tuesdays, where he talks about his experience. And there's lots of people now in the community who you can check in with, and they can tell you firsthand their experience. Jan Clark, Brian is killing the commentary. No doubt. Kenneth DeLab, we need a video of James Sprague hanging out with the three Plain brothers. That would be fun. All right. Any surprises up to this point, Mr. Friend?
No, I think Ethan had a really good run in the opening heat. He set a time to beat. We expected James to do well on this workout. 15:30 is a really fast time there. I had a brief word with Ed Mao. He goes, it's a big advantage to know what you have to do. But with 15:30 out there, you could know that that's a time to beat. I don't know if anyone will necessarily be able to do it. I think in the case of Tudor coming into this workout, he's probably not too worried about James this time. He just is probably looking at that next time, that 16:30. And if he's able to stay ahead of that pace, he should be in line to win this competition overall. For the other three guys, knowing that James put up such a fast time, they have to think a little bit about what's realistic for them and if they want to try to chase that down or stay as close as possible to it.
Caleb, can you pull up the leaderboard? I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. I think we should look at and see why James isn't a threat to Tudor and why you think Tudor needs to beat the 16:30.
The other thing that I'll say there is, Pete Mason had told me he liked being in that heat and that he thought that either James or Matt would set a pretty fast time and that it would be an advantage for him to hang with them. We saw James basically talking about the same thing where he said, I saw Pete over there, and that was, surely motivating him, but he also knew in the back of his mind that he had the wall ball and the row at the end of that workout, and it'd be an opportunity for him to make a little bit of a move. In this last heat coming up, John, maybe you can weigh in and tell us what you think here. I don't know that there's necessarily a guy that's obvious, as obvious as James Sprague, who's going to be putting up such a fast time. So I'll be curious to see if anyone does come out hot and maybe forces the pace a little bit for someone like a Tola or a Tudor that could maybe push them outside of their comfort zone.
No, all I'm thinking is the fittest person should win the workout. It's not really specialized to any body type specifically, and that should be Tudor. So he should be the fastest out of these four guys. And if somebody comes out hot, he should just run his race and trust his fitness, because the only way he doesn't win is if Tola beats him by an inch. The only way he doesn't win is if he screws up, if he blows up and dies. And if he could just be cruisy through half of this workout and then push it when he wants to, he's the fastest handstand walker in the field. If he stays close to any 16:30 time, he wins handedly. Now, Tola, I think the podium is interesting because I think if James, I mean, I wish we had Tyler so he could like quick math it for us. But if James beats Tola by a minute, is that enough for James to jump him?
It depends on the rest of the field a little bit because it's ultimately giving me the average time and then the spread that makes some of those points. But thinking about the fact that so far there's a group of athletes coming in between that 16:30 and 17:30 mark. Same as Tudor here. If Tola can stay on the right side of that kind of grouping, he's probably going to be just fine. The guy that's most interesting to go ahead.
I don't think it's obvious that he makes it through like that though. Like for Tudor, I think he can be like, yeah, I can just cruise this and get 16:30. I don't think that's the case for Tola.
Yeah, no, I'm not so sure either, and that's what we're going to find out. And the guy that's the most interesting to me in this heat is Leonel Franco. He's a bit of a slighter build, but he's a pretty strong guy as well. He's had a very just kind of even keel run so far this week. I think he's fifth, and tied for 4th or 5th on the 3 workouts so far. But we saw in the first workout of the weekend that he went out hot on the first round of the wall ball and biking and step over workout. So he might be someone who comes out with the handstand walking. Like you said, it's unlikely he'll be ahead of Tudor, but I think he'd be pretty good on his hands. He had a good showing on the handstand walking thruster workout at the Granite Games. But I wouldn't be surprised if he pushes the pace in the first half of the row, and then we'll see if anyone else gets sucked into that. I think that the biggest thing for Tola here is to not let that happen. Whatever these other guys do is okay. He has to realize that this is a back half workout for him, and as long as he manages everything through that set of toes to bar, he should be fine coming in.
Let's go to the one of the live shots. Let's pull down the scoreboard. Gray, thank you for the 5 pounds. We are about to start the final heat. Right after John Young makes a comment here, Brian will tell us who is on the floor. Go ahead, Mr. Young.
Okay. My predicted podium, Brian, is going to be Tudor, Leonel, and then James Sprague in that order. What do you think?
I think it's definitely possible. I mean, Leonel Franco is I don't think he's too well known, but he's definitely making some moves in the sport. He's a guy that's on my radar as next year as a guy who could threaten for a game spot depending on how everything shakes out with the new semifinal structure. So the fact that he's hanging in here with some of the athletes we'd expect to see something like this from, the Tolas, the Tudors, the James that are out here, bodes well for him. And I do think that this is a workout that he can actually put up a pretty decent score in.
You are looking at the 4 leaders of the final heat. Mr. Friend, who are we looking at?
Yeah, so coming into this workout with the overall lead is Tudor Magda. He'll be in lane 2 here. He's on the middle left there with the green top and the black pants. And he's got a pretty significant lead. He has 278 points. Second place coming into this is Tola Moraquinho, 226 points. He's wearing the mostly gray with the pink knee sleeves on Tudor's left there as we're looking at the screen. Third place coming in, Leonel Franco. He's going to be in lane 1, the white tank top with the black shorts closest to us in this shot, 205 points. And then Jack Rosen will be on the opposite side of the screen. He's got no shirt on with the gray pants. He had 192 points coming into this event. James Sprague also had 192 points and missed out on being in this final heat by a few tenths of a point. He has currently set the time to beat at about 15:31, 15:32, and that's what these guys will be chasing down.
30 seconds.
I just got a message from Tyler. If Tola goes longer than 17 minutes, he's not going to be second.
I think there is a chance here. We could see, it's not out of question that Tola does have some sort of metabolic breakdown and loses a lot of places here, just based on what we've seen earlier in the competition in the first 3 workouts.
So that's the number, 17. So if he's 17, James Sprague will jump him.
I don't know that I necessarily agree with you guys on that. He looked like he was going slow on the burpees in that workout, but he still had a good finish overall.
Look at Tudor.
And don't forget, we've talked about it before. Tola is very good at gymnastics for an athlete of his size. He looks very stable on these handstand walks, and as fast as Tudor is, he's only 5 feet behind him halfway through this workout. Now, the pace that they're going at here, he's 100 feet in 30 seconds, 32 seconds, and Tola's in. Most of the other guys were finishing this up in a minute. So these guys are already going to have maybe a 10 to 15 second lead getting onto the rower relative to James Sprague and Dennis Samsonov from the previous heat. 45 seconds and 150 feet in the bank with 5 turnarounds for Tudor Magda. Tola 5 seconds behind him. Both Jack and Leo are kicking up for their last 25 feet and will come in at more of the expected time, which is right around 1 minute.
It didn't even look real watching Tudor walk on his hands.
No, he flies.
So settling into the row here, Tola has a nice and comfortable 25 strokes per minute, 1,400 calories per hour already. Tudor Magda is in the high 1,200s on his calories per hour row. So Tola putting a little bit more power into the early part here. Jack Rosamo is third to the rower. He's rowing at about a 1,500 clip. He's 6 calories behind the top two guys. And Leonel Franco pulling about 1,450, and he's right on pace with Rosamo.
So I think this is a mistake because they're all going faster than what James was going.
Except for
I don't think they're
Tudor.
all fitter. I don't think they're all, except for Tudor, and I don't think he's making that mistake, but the other three are, because I think James is fitter than all of them, and they're all rowing faster than them. This just equals disaster on the back half.
Brian, tell me about Jack Rosama. Is he surprised he's with this group, or what's his background? What's the highest he's ever competed at?
I'm pretty sure he had a 16th place. I think it was 15th or 16th. He was within one spot of Pete Mason at the Atlas Games this year. And we just talked about how Pete has had a good competition. And Jack also is, he's obviously in the top heat here for the last workout. So even though, again, we don't know these guys that well because the North American men's field is incredibly deep and competitive, they've been around for a while. They've been in some competitions like this, and it's nice to see guys like that get a little bit of the spotlight on them here. Now, in terms of the pacing that John was talking about, everyone has backed off a little bit. Tudor's got 14 calories to go, but he's rowing right around 1,300. Magda is only 4 calories behind him, but he's only rowing at 1180, and he looks incredibly, just basically exactly where he wants to be. His coach is telling him perfect pacing right now, so they clearly had a plan. And much to what John was saying, it seems to be to manage this first row and just make sure not to do anything that's going to set them up negatively for what's to come. Rosama is being the most aggressive of anyone on this row and has actually overtaken everyone. He's got about a half-calorie lead on Tola. He's going to be getting off the row first here at the 3:11 mark. Tola 2 seconds behind that. Tudor's going to be about 2 calories behind that, and then Leo 2 calories behind Tudor. So everyone will be within 15 to 20 seconds getting to the wall ball, and all of them are right about in that 320 to 330 range that we've been seeing across the board from the men so far.
You cannot break the wall balls up if you're going to win this event. Is that true?
I think you can take one break if it's understood that reason why you're doing it. But if you don't have a specific plan to do it, no, most of these guys probably don't have the need for it.
SOC, $10. Can spectators, fans contribute to the athlete prize purse? That's an interesting question. You contributed to my purse, and I appreciate that greatly. I want you to know. Thank you.
From the workout, all 4 athletes working on 35 wall balls. Once they finish up these, they'll head to the pull-up bar for one set of 50 chest-to-bar pull-ups.
You are looking at 4 lanes of the final heat of the final event. This is going to decide who is on the podium. On the left is Leonel. Next to him in the green shirt is Tudor. To the right of him in the pink knee straps is Tola. And on the far right is Jack Rosama.
Jack Rosama first done with the wall balls, and pretty much everyone just falling into line. He hasn't jumped up to the pull-up bar yet, and Leo's finished his last rep. So we're basically at a dead heat here. And if you happen to see on the floor, Jack Rosama opted to use the tall pull-up bar that was already in his lane, but they provided him with a riser. So giving all the athletes the opportunities to get the pull-up bar and heights that they need to do their work. Five minutes on the clock. Some intentional breaks here from the guys in the middle. And Leonel Franco going for the biggest opening set on these chest-to-bar pull-ups.
And Brian, what's the highest level that Leonel has competed at?
10th place last year at the Granite Games. I think he's competed at the Granite Games 2 years in a row. He was impressive there. Like I said, the handstand push-up thruster workout was pretty good. He did relatively well in the complex, given his size, strength, and experience level in CrossFit. So he's in that group of guys. There's probably 10 to 20 guys in North America right now, and that he's one of them who feel like they have all the skills that it takes to get to the games, and it's just a matter of putting them together in a competition weekend. Probably one of the reasons why he decided to come here, to give himself another opportunity to do something like that and hopefully learn from some of the experiences here for semifinals next season.
Do you know how big Lionel's first set was there, Brian?
No, I didn't quite catch that, but I feel like he's, after 2 sets, is right around 30 reps. May have done like something like 18 and 12, something in that ballpark.
Is he the first one to try to make a move on the gymnastics? I guess Pete Mason did, but wasn't he ahead from the start?
No,
he made his move in the gymnastics too.
Okay, Lionel Franco, Tolo Marquinhos, Jack Rosema, all coming off of the chest to bars at the same time there, 6:25 on the clock. So they're slower than Sprague split time at this point. They're ahead of Helbig and DeLugos. And in the back there is Tudor Magda, 5 reps to go before he'll be joining everyone else here. Even though Tudor's in last place right now in this heat,
he's 2 reps.
He's sticking to the plan that everyone else has, that he and his coach have laid out ahead of time. That's not necessarily a problem for him. His judge is making him make an adjustment there to make sure he gets his chest to the bar on the devil's press, and he's stepping up out of it instead of jumping up as most of the athletes are.
Boy, what's wrong with him? He looks tired.
Brian getting some insight into Jack Rosema. Is that the one you were talking about, John? Something looked wrong? Okay.
No, Tudor. Look at Tudor.
Oh, yeah.
In the green.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with John. Something is looking like a struggle for Tudor there. He's moving the weights well, but the burpee component of this movement really seems to be taxing him. And yes, Sevan, as you were saying, Patrick Clark was telling me that Jack Rosema is also a member of the U.S. Army Warrior Fitness Team. He is a JAG officer and also a lawyer.
Wow. Richard Thompson, $9.99. I would watch any event you guys cover. Keep it up. Thanks, Richard. Good
2 reps to go
there.
for Tola, 2 reps to go for Rosema, 2 reps to go for Franco, 5 reps to go for Magda.
You see how Tudor, and he looks like he paced this whole workout up until this point. I'm just surprised.
Brian, where are we on time? When they finish this, what would be the fastest times now that we see Jack Rosema and Tola done? How did they fare compared to the other guys?
Both heading back to the pull-up bar at like the 8:10 to 8:15 mark. Franco joining them around the 8:20 mark. So again, they're right in the neighborhood of kind of what's expected up to this point for a majority of the field. Sprague was well ahead of this pace, but relative to the 16:30 time that we were kind of looking at, they're exactly where they need to be. 1 rep to go for Magda, and he is falling a little bit behind here. So we'll have to see if this is intentional or if he's maybe hit the wall.
It does not look intentional, correct?
It doesn't look that way. But, this set of 50 toes to bar will be telling. He's taking some very big breaths heading back there, pausing to chalk his hands.
If Tola holds on to this, he has a serious shot at winning.
And Tola, on the other hand, and I'll say Rosema too, they both look very composed here in this set of gymnastics. And for a lot of athletes at this caliber, they've done so many reps of gymnastics that when they're up there on the bar, we've seen stuff like this with Rich Froning when he's worn a heart rate monitor and done gymnastics work, that they can actually breathe really well in that arch and hollow position and not really get their heart rate up too high. And it looks like both Tola and Jack are doing a very good job of that.
Is this Tudor's second time up at the bar, at the toes to bar?
I think he's in his 3rd set. Not sure what the number per sets have been so far, but there Tola making a little bit of a move relevant to Rosema. Rosema's crouching down in the back. Tola jumping up on the bar and getting another set in. We're just crossing the 10-minute mark here, and we should be expecting these guys to be getting pretty close to the end of these 50 reps.
What was the time that James Sprague came off the toes to bar?
Did you mark that down, John?
I did not, no.
All right.
Again, I think they're like 30 to 45 seconds behind the pace that James Sprague was setting, but they're right on pace with the other best times that we've seen so far out of Pete Mason and Dennis Samsonoff.
There you go. You can see Tudor's coach in the background. That's the guy's voice you can hear pretty much all over the venue. His name is Ed. He's got the gray shirt on. He's thick like a Mack truck.
5 reps to go for Tola. 5 reps to go for Jack Rosema. And as has been the case basically the entire workout, very little between these two guys. And with only wall balls, rowing, and handstand push-ups to go, knowing that both of these guys are battling for a podium position, knowing this is the last event of the weekend, this is the time to push. You see the veteran experience from Tola there, taking less time to pick up the wall ball and getting 2 or 3 reps before Jack even picks it up. Assuming that both of them are able to go unbroken at this point, they'll get to the rower about the same time. On the way out, we saw Jack be more aggressive on the row, but Tola clearly have the edge on the handstand walking. So between these two athletes, it's kind of anyone's game in terms of the heat win here. Pacing-wise, they're right where they need to be.
Look at Ruth down there, right in front of Jack Rosema with the low camera angle. Look at her. Go back to that other shot, and you can see our camera girl with the selfie stick getting the low angle shot of Jack.
Rosema
going that extra mile.
Look at wall balls here. Lionel Franco has gotten onto the wall balls, and Tudor Magda has 5 reps to go. He is well off the pace, and honestly, he's in jeopardy here of being on the wrong side of that bubble that we were talking about. If he doesn't finish under 17 seconds, he had a big enough lead, or 17 minutes. He had a big enough lead coming in that it probably won't hurt him for the podium, but in terms of the overall win, things are starting to look a little bit more competitive.
I don't know. I want a second opinion on that. I think he's off the podium.
We'll find out. In the meantime, Tola moving on to the row at the 12-minute mark, and he's managed to put a little bit of distance between himself and Jack Rosema here. Very, very well managed and executed workout for Tola up to this point. He's actually not too far behind Sprague's time, and if he's able to just row steady here and knock out the handstand walking, I still think I'm agree with John and say that Tola is still in the conversation to potentially walk away as the live champion of the Zelos games.
Tudor just broke. I think Tola's going to win this. I really do.
You think he's going to beat Sprague?
No. Win the competition. I don't think he's going to beat Sprague's time, but he doesn't need to. He has a 35-point lead on Sprague.
We are at 12:50. The fastest time was James Sprague at 15:31. The second place was 16:32. Looking on the far right, you can barely see on the screen here is Jack Rosema. Next to him is Tola Moraquinho. Tudor Magda, the favorite and currently in first place, is behind on this event, finishing up his wall balls. Well, Lionel thank you. Lionel Franco is in lane number 1 on the left in the white tank top. I just like to watch Brian smile.
In terms of the row, Tola has had a nice and steady 11 to 1200. He's just over 1200 now. And this is pretty common. When you're at the back of the workout, you're getting on the machine, you just want to get it moving. You're ticking away at the monitor, even if you're recovering while you're doing it. And he's built into about a 1250 pace now that he's likely going to try to hold to see this out. Rosema is about 8 reps behind him, and he's pulling a little bit less, down towards 1,100 calories per hour. We saw Rosema in the 14 and 1500s early on. So conservative here at the beginning of the row for a lot of these guys. Hopefully they'll build into it and set themselves up for a good finish on the handstand walk. 14 minutes, just passing on the clock. That means we're 90 seconds away from the time to beat. And I'm going to say things are looking really good for James Sprague in terms of taking the event win here. And now for him, it's just a matter of by how much. We know that will end up mattering in the long run. And we'll have to wait and see how the scores shake out just how much. Tola's got 11 calories to go, and he's pulling 1150 calories per hour. You can expect this to take around 30 seconds. And even if he blitzes the handstand walk, he'd be in the 15:45 range.
Ryan, do you think Rosema is setting himself for podium right now?
It's very difficult to say. What I can say he's definitely doing is having a great execution on this workout. He's at 38 calories. He's still 7 or 8 calories behind Tola, but he's ahead of the other two guys. He wasn't the fastest on the handstand walk, but no mistakes should still put him in the conversation to be pretty close to that 16:30 mark. If he's able to do that, he definitely has a chance.
And Tola is off the rower.
15 minutes on the clock. Six lengths to go, 150 feet. Only took about 7 seconds before kicking up for the first one, and he's stacked nice and strong as he was early on. Now, the shoulder stability does not look as solid as it was in the first round, but again, we would expect that. They've done 70 wall balls. They did the 10 heavy devil's press. Nevertheless, a few breaths, and he kicks right back up. And for someone who's been doing this as long as him, 25 feet in one section should be fairly routine. So it's just a matter of making sure that he takes the breaths that he needs and gives himself the time to make sure he doesn't have one costly error. James Sprague's time has already passed by, so he'll take the win overall, and every second that goes by for him now is in his favor.
16:32 was second place. Tola has to do 3 more laps in order to beat that time before the clock
Jackson
hit
second.
16:32.
3 guys up on the handstand walking here. Tola in the lead, Jack Roseman second, Leonel Franco in third. He just finished his first of 6 sections on the handstand walk. Tudor Magda still chipping away on the row.
Tudor's at 5 cows. Gosh, I don't think he walks this much in 40 seconds. 30 seconds. He's going to have 30 seconds.
Here comes Tola coming in for his last handstand walk. And
Wow.
that should be good enough for second
Wow.
place on the event. An incredible performance by Tola
Wow.
Marquinhos there. I think he has definitely guaranteed himself second place at worst overall. And if we look back at the competition floor, after everything that Tudor Magda's gone by, he is running on his hands. He's done 50 feet in about 10 seconds, and he's wasting absolutely no time kicking back up and racing across the competition floor. These guys are ahead of him, but this pace is keeping him extremely relevant against even these guys in this heat. I mean, Leonel Franco had nearly 100 feet advantage on him, and that is down to about 22 feet. Jack Rosema has 25 feet to go. Leonel Franco has 25 feet to go, and Tudor Magda only has 30 feet to go. All of them are going to be working on the last set at the same time.
Oh, my God.
I think
Tudor's gonna
Rosema's
beat
going to get him. Rosema in.
Wow.
Oh, my God. 17-13, 17-16, 17-17.
Oh, give it to Tudor on that.
Wow. To the stopwatch, boys. To the stopwatch.
It looks like Jack got him, though.
That was wild.
Tudor grabbing his shoulders. We have audio from Matt Souza's live cam right down there on the field.
And all of those times were slower than the 16:30 from the times from the second heat, correct?
Oh, yes. Both sorry, that was black. Both Pete Mason and Dennis Samsonov had times faster than those 3 guys. So overall for this workout, it's going to go Sprague, Marquinhos, Mason, Samsonov as the top 4. I think then these 3 guys will come in. And we're just going to have to see how the points shake out. With Sprague having not just the win, but winning by a significant margin there, he's definitely in the conversation. Tola more than likely.
Tola won. No, he had to get 17 for James to jump him, and he was second. So Tola won.
Yeah, no, I think the question is, was he able to close any of the gap on Tudor Magda? Tudor's handstand walking there at the end definitely bailed him out. My instincts are telling me that this is going to shake out as Tudor, Tola, and James on the podium, but we'll have to wait for Tyler on that one.
Wow. Very impressive. Very impressive. Now we know why Annie chose him to be on the Reykjavik team. Very impressive.
And he looks super. The other thing is he looked super happy after that. I mean, I talked to him this morning, and he said that I'm not interested in competing as an individual anymore. As far as the CrossFit Games season goes, I'm a team athlete. I'm looking to make a team for next year too. I'm doing this for fun to see some people I haven't seen in a while. He's still a competitor. He's still going out there and giving it a great show. So it's awesome to see him have a great execution on a workout like that is very fitness and capacity based, and feel good about it after finishing it up.
That was the best executed workout I think I've ever seen from him.
We got audio from Souza as James Sprague and Tola speak.
This is another thing that's awesome just to be able to see. It's something that Tola was talking about this morning also, is that the support that the athletes have for each other is kind of unparalleled here. And all these guys are happy for one another. Of course they want to win, but they get off the competition floor and they're celebrating each other's successes.
Yeah, Tola doesn't even look hurt at all. Tudor looks like he's going to be hurt for the next 30 minutes.
Well, it was interesting because in the first row, we thought Tudor's pacing was going to pay off for him. I mean, obviously he had juice in the tank for handstand walking, but I kind of feel like he might be able to do that even if he had a concussion. I mean, that was crazy. Tola, on the other hand, kind of aggressive on the first row, much more conservative on the back row, but the totality of the workout, amazing for Tola Marquinhos.
There we are looking at a shot of the floor at the Zelos Games. You can register now for the worldwide online qualifier. It is available for everyone. That is where the big prize purse of over $30,000 in cash prizes is available. Everyone should enter. This is just a promo. This is basically like an open announcement that's similar to CrossFit does. And scores for the first event aren't due until November 15th. We'll put a link here in the live chat. Go over and check it out. And basically, I think that the setup, maybe Brian will let us know here in a second, but I think that the setup is identical between men and women's heat, except for a switch out of some dumbbells.
The women have almost the exact same workout. Handstand walking the same. They'll do 10 less calories on the rower, so 40 calories instead of 50. Still have 35 wall balls, less weight, same height target, 10 feet, same 50 chest to bars, 10 devil's press with 50s instead of 70-pound dumbbells, and then 50 toes to bar, 35 wall ball, 40 cal row, 150 feet handstand walk to finish it out.
Here's the staff that works on the Zelos games with Jared Graybill, adjusting the height of the pull-up bars. They've been doing that every heat to make sure that the athletes get what they need. Shui 134, great coverage this weekend. Can't wait to see what the future holds. Thanks. Yeah, I'm really blown away by the response we're getting. I suspected, and the whole crew suspected, we were doing something that was really pushing the limits of the technology with this podcast app and cameras and iPhones and a ragtag crew of commentators. But I'm going to give us a check in the box of mission complete. You are staring at the warm-up area now. The women will begin. I will see if we can get a score, if we can have Caleb maybe pull up the Z-score sheet that Tyler Watkins has pulled up, and we will see who won this open type announcement. And here are your results. Tudor Magda, first place, 358.22 points. Tola Moraquino, 317. James Sprague, holy cow, 289. He's got to be so proud of that. And Leonel Franco with 285. Just out of curiosity, can you place these in order of the fourth event so we can see exactly where Tudor
that
placed?
didn't affect Tudor very much, did it?
No, because the amount of time he was able to make up on the handstand walking there at the end, it kept him really tight. So I think when we sort by event 4 alone, what you're going to see here, obviously we have the top time of James. He's going to take 100 points. And then if we scroll all the way over to the right, we'll see, how much that was able to gain him an advantage over second. I think it was something like 10 points. And then it's kind of a tight group there. 90, 89, 86, 80, 79, 79, 78, 75, 63.
Oh,
and
wow.
Because
so second to 11 was 80 to 70 points, 80 to 60 points.
Yeah, so really kind of a tight spread here, and then the big penalty obviously in 11th place for finishing well behind there is Logan Ewing. This is one of the things about the scoring here is because Logan didn't finish that workout and he was so far behind that it makes for those drastic. That's where you see that drastic fall off on his points relative to everyone else.
So just so you guys know, Tudor Magda took sixth place on that workout, and James Sprague took first. James Sprague, before this event, I believe, was in sixth place, and his victory in relationship to the other people's times using the Z-score system has brought him into third place. What you're looking at now on the screen are the event winners in the order that they placed. If you could scoot over 1 second to the right, there was an interesting column there. Keep go right there, that one. So if I'm reading this correctly, James Sprague, you can see on that event, got 100 points, and Tudor Magda got 80. And so Tudor only lost 20 points, and as we saw before, that wasn't going to be enough, no matter what anyone did, to knock him out of first place. All righty. How did in Pete Mason? How did he end up?
In what regard?
Just overall in the event.
In the competition as a whole?
Yeah. Can we see the whole competition as a whole?
Yeah, he ends up. I mean, we can see there that he ends up coming up in 7th place. And I think when we sort here and we see the overall points, you'll see there's a pretty tight grouping between him.
Can you sort by? Can you sort 1st through 10th for overall? Thanks, Caleb.
Yeah, so that 289 to 257, which is 3rd place down to 7th place, that's kind of the tight grouping that we were looking at there. We had Tudor and Tola kind of separate themselves out. Great for them, and a really good battle between 5 guys for those for that last podium spot. In the meantime, Pete Mason, Jack Rosema, I think really good performances. Leonel Franco, great showing this weekend. I'm not 100% sure, but he might have been like 5th place in every workout. So just very consistent. And Denis Samsonov, who we didn't get to see do a live semifinal this year because he was unable to travel to Asia. So nice to see him out on the competition floor. And basically, if I'm any of the guys 1 through 8, if I'm a fan here and I'm looking at any of the guys probably 1 through 8 all the way down to DeLugos, even though his score is a little bit behind, these are all guys that you'll see who will have some degree of relevancy come semifinals later this spring or next spring.
This is a funny comment, but I'm gonna read it anyway just to make myself feel happy. He went from Josh, Matt, Sevan. That's kind of at the end of my career, not at the beginning, but we can start at the end, to creating a whole ecosystem of cool people to bring us high quality episodes with CrossFit legends, UFC guys, military guys too. The affiliate series has been so good. Thank you. That means the world to me, and I'm having a blast doing this. Mr. Sprague, Patrick Sprague, great job, guys. Hey, tell your son, if we don't get a chance to tell him, thank you for keeping this event interesting. It's his hard work that makes this a sport. Comebacks like that, fascinating, cool to watch, and makes our job kind of easy and worth doing. The amount of support from people that go to
in the case of James. In the case of James, it's also nice for him because we talked about prior to this event that he had the opposite thing happen to him at semifinals last spring, where he was in 3rd place and fell down to 6th place. Here we see him go from 5th place into 3rd place. So really awesome to see him be able to kind of flip the table in terms of that story for himself.
Okay, let's check out the Sousa cam here. Andrew Hiller with Samantha Petrick. Andrew Hiller using that charm to subdue more aggressive athletes. No, I'm just joking. I don't think she was being aggressive at all. All right, we are just seconds, maybe fewer than seconds. 30 seconds.
30 seconds kicking off the final event for the women here at the Zelos Games. They'll be closing out the competition for us this weekend. This is the first of 3 heats. These are athletes number 9 through 12 coming into this event. In lane 1, right in front of you there with the awesome ponytail, Kyra Milligan. Immediately behind her in the red sports bra, Elena Buds. On the other side of her, we have Brittany Weiss. And in the farthest lane from this camera, Samantha Petrick.
Nash Quinns, great question. Can you game the Z scores by not finishing purposely to get a lower score to help teammates?
Great question that we can talk to Tyler about later on. I know probably why he's asking that, which is based on Logan Ewing's score from this last workout. I don't think right now is the best time to necessarily answer that, but we can talk about it in the post-game show later today.
Thank you, Nash.
So maybe just put a bookmark on that one for when we have Tyler on.
Okay.
Elena Buds and Brittany Weiss out to the lead here on the handstand walk. Kyra and Sam about 1 length behind them already.
Do men and women do handstand walks at about the same pace?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely can. We'll see here. I mean, we know that Tudor Magda is an outlier in handstand walking relative to anyone, regardless of what the division, sex, age is.
Can he beat Danielle Brandon in a handstand walk race?
Well, that's where that idea that Wad Zombie has to do those little face-offs would be really fun to pair them up. In terms of your question, both Elena and Brittany getting to the rower about a minute 5 there, which is very much on par with what we saw from kind of the rest of the field outside of Tola and Tudor in the men's division. They're going to have at least 5 or 6 calories in the bank before Kyra and Sam get to the rower, and both ladies are rowing between 11:50 and 12:50 to start this row.
Once again, these athletes have been seeded for the first time. This is event 4. They've been seeded by lowest placement to highest placement. And so these are the 4 of the 12 women who are currently sitting in 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th place. Brian, can you go I'll give you a second. Jeremy Garcia, $5. Great coverage. I love how Sevan and Co. spotlight new athletes that I get behind all these females. Swooned me. Can you tell me from closest to us to moving away who the athletes are?
Yep. Closest to us, Kyra Milligan there, pulling away on a rower. Red sports bra, Elena Buds. On the other side of her, in the black sports bra, is Brittany Weiss, and the far side of the screen, Samantha Petrick. Right now, Brittany Weiss is at 24 calories, 25 calories. Elena Budd's a couple calories ahead at 28. Elena's rowing about 1,200 calories per hour. Brittany's dropped off into the 1050 range. Kyra Milligan, 20 calories on the rower so far. And Sam Petrick also at 20 calories. So all of the athletes with him, 10 calories. Remember, we only have 40 calories to go here. So Elena Budd's into her last 5-calorie row and looks to be the leader that will be heading to the wall ball.
Any chance we're going to see one of these ladies break James Sprague time?
That time by James Sprague is very, very impressive. I don't think so. I think that time will probably hold up. Now, remember, the women had less calories on the rower by 10, but they also have to go to the 10-foot target, so no reprieve there in terms of the wall ball height. They do have the 14-pound wall ball, so we'll take a look here and see if they choose to go for an unbroken set or not. Elena has about an 8-rep lead on Brittany Weiss, who's getting to the wall ball second, and Kyra Milligan with less than 5 reps to go on the rower behind them.
$199. Corey Pulido just logging in and catching up. No, I'm joking. It's not. Just joking. Last two. Go ahead.
Yeah, Kyra Milligan heading to the wall ball, and Sam Petrick not too far behind her. Kyra will only have a 2 or 3 rep lead before Sam picks up the wall ball. In the meantime, Elena Buds has got to be getting pretty close to finishing up this set of 35. Neither her nor Brittany Weiss has broken so far.
Brian, before this event started, you and I were debating whether you needed to be there or not. And I was saying I thought you should do it from home so we could save the bandwidth. That was an absolute fucking error. There's nothing better than having you there, standing right there. You're doing stuff that couldn't have been done otherwise. Thank you for insisting that was the only way it was going to roll.
Unbroken set of 35 for Elena Buds and didn't waste hardly any time. She's up on the pull-up bar, chipping away at 50 chest bar pull-ups and looking very strong in this an opening set. She's already got 10 reps in the bank. We'll see how long she chooses to hold on for. I think that was a set of 15. Yep. She's got 15 reps. Brittany Weiss heading to the pull-up bar to join her. Kyra Milligan taking a break on the wall ball. Sam Petrick still chipping away. Brittany Weiss jumping up for her opening set about the 5-minute mark here. Brittany's pretty good on the gymnastics. I'm sure she has a plan for how she wants to chip away at these. Obviously, Elena also very good and already with a 14 or 15 rep lead on Brittany.
God, Brittany's cycling speed is just world class.
Yeah, in general, I think that she's very efficient on her gymnastics movements. This is I think that was also an opening set of 15. And when she comes off the pull-up bar, I just kind of, okay, here she is dropping down a little bit and catching her breath. Sam Petrick was able to pass Kyra on the set of wall balls. She's the third one to the pull-up bars, and Kyra will be joining them momentarily. Elena Buds up for her third set of chest bar pull-ups. She's probably past the 30 rep mark at this point, chipping away, trying to get to 50. Brittany Weiss is on her second set of chest bar pull-ups, and she's attacking these fairly aggressively, and like you said, with a very fast cycle speed.
Edit more than fairly plus aggressively. Man, savage.
How heavy are their devil presses? Is it 50s?
Yes. So following the set of 50 chest bar pull-ups, which Elena Budd should be getting fairly close to finishing up here, the women will head to the dumbbells for one set of 10 devil's press. They do have the option on the devil's press. They can drive them overhead in one movement as we traditionally see, or if they choose to, they can do a clean and press. So it's basically just a ground overhead after completing the burpee.
Justin V, what about having John at home? Great question. John looks perfect at home. His eyes glisten, and his blue eyes glisten in that lighting.
Less than 5 reps to go for Elena Buds. Less than 5 reps to go for Brittany Weiss, who has chipped away at the lead that Elena had coming into this. And they're going to be dead even going to the devil's press. John, mark down 6:50 as the split time there, getting to the dumbbells for this first heat of women.
6:50.
And we're seeing a similar thing that we saw with all of the men. As soon as they get to those dumbbells, it looks like they're all going through molasses. This is where they're all obviously pacing. They're just doing basically onesies. All they're focused on, it seems like, is to keep moving. there's no extra effort being put in besides just getting through these 10.
Yeah, it's only 10 reps, but it's the most demanding 10 reps in the workout, and it's right in the middle. We saw that some athletes were able to make up some time on the toes bar on the way back out, and then the only thing that you really want to avoid here on the devil's press is going too fast that you're unable to execute that 50 toes bar the way that you want to.
Are they rep for rep right here?
Elena's got 5 reps to go. I think she has a 1 rep lead on Brittany. It was interesting because they got there at the same time, but Elena managed to do 1 rep before her, but she seems to be slowing down a little bit more than Brittany, who's had a fairly methodical pace. So if Brittany locks this rep out, they'll be even at 6 reps in and 4 reps to go with Elena just on the ground ahead of her. Sam Petrick coming off the pull-up bar here. She's 6 reps, 7 reps behind these women, and she's got basically half a rep lead over Kyra Milligan.
I think we're about to see the most separation we've seen in any of the men's heats.
More separation here than we saw in the men's heats. So
yeah.
Both Elena and Brittany are working on their 9th of 10 reps on the devil's press, and Elena just maintaining an edge on her ever so slightly. Basically, we're expecting them to get to the pull-up bar for the toes bar at the same time. And it's going to take them about 2 minutes to get through this set of 10 devil's press, both heading back there at the same time with 8:50 on the clock.
J.R. Howell, $49.99. You're crazy. Thank you. It's for John Young's Beater Fund for more shirts. If you look at J.R. Howell's profile picture, you will see a picture of him standing next to Dave Castro. I believe that is Carson, California, where J.R. performed at the CrossFit.
No, it's Madison, Wisconsin. That was 2 years ago.
Either way, it was at the CrossFit Games. Don't ruin my story. Riley S. John taking up the whole screen. He's so massive.
He's putting his shirt on.
Oh, even better. Upgrading. He's upgrading.
Elena and Brittany working away at 50 toes the bar in the back there. It looks like Brittany's doing slightly bigger sets than Elena to start things off. Guessing they're both around 20 reps in at this point, maybe 25. 3 reps to go for Kyra on the devil's press, 4 reps to go for Sam, and then they'll be back to the pull-up bar as well.
I put a shirt on for you guys.
The crowd is getting too rambunctious.
Yeah.
Passing the 10-minute mark here, 22-minute time cap for this workout. None of the men needed a time cap. We'll see how it goes for the women. Brittany and Elena chipping away on the toes of the bar. Sam and Kyra trying to get there with 1 or 2 more reps on the devil's press.
So that's going to take her 4 minutes to do the devil's press.
No. Remember, they were getting there quite a bit after the other 2.
Ah, right. Okay, 650 was their split. Okay, fair. I wish there was a shot where we could see all 4 athletes that wasn't stuttering.
Kyra Milligan back to the pull-up bar. She's starting in on her set of 50. Sam Petrick will be doing so as well. Elena and Brittany should have 10, maybe 12 reps to go before they'll be heading back to the wall ball. This toes to bar is really the last place in this workout you're going to see the athletes breaking. Maybe 1 break on the wall ball, but they should be trying to go for an unbroken set of 35, and then it's just the row and the handstand walk to finish it out. Both of the women looking tired here. They have to dig deep, though. This is the time in the workout where you just have to get these reps done. Get to 50 and get to the wall ball and move on.
Paul Richards, great work, guys. Game changing. I agree, Paul. Thank you about the game changing. Thank you very much.
5 reps to go for Brittany Weiss. She has the lead over Elena Buds here. I'd love to see her just jump back out and grind these reps out. Get into that wall ball first is a big advantage here.
Paul, I've always wanted a wiener dog.
Brittany moving on at the 11:40 mark, so she took almost 3 minutes on those wall balls and on those toes to bar, and that's something that we saw in Heat 1 for the men as well. She didn't waste too much time picking it up, though, and she'll be trying to get as many reps in the bank as she can before Elena gets over there. Elena is working on her last 5 reps of toes to bar as well, and she'll be coming to the wall ball about 10 reps behind Brittany. No breaks so far for Brittany Weiss. She's looking fairly smooth, and this is the time, if she can, to put the pedal down. We know she's good on her hands, so get to that rower, get your breathing back, smooth run on the handstand walk, and set that time to beat. That should be where Brittany's mind's at right now. Okay, she is going to take one break here. Hopefully it's a short break. Elena Budd's unbroken up to this point, but she was 10 reps behind getting to the wall ball. Oh, a little bit of a bobble for Elena. Not sure if she planned on that break, but she's also being forced to take one.
All the way over on the left, still doing the toes to bar, is Kyra Milligan. Next to her in the red sports bra is Elena Buds. Dead center is Brittany Weiss, who is in the pink shoes. And all the way on the right is Samantha Petrick, still finishing off the toes to bar.
Yeah, and Elena Budd's being forced to take a second break there. So she's definitely feeling it at this point in the workout in the weekend. Brittany Weiss into her last 5 reps, and she's definitely going to be the first one to the row. She'll be heading over there about 13:15, John, if you want to mark that down, and we can see where that stands up for heats coming up. And this is where I just want to see athletes get on the row right away and get the calories ticking off. Even if it's a slow calories per hour to start, you can still be accomplishing some work while you're recovering your breath on the row. 5 more toes to bar for Kyra Milligan, and she'll be heading to the wall ball. And Elena Buds is really struggling with this set of 35 wall balls. She's now had to take 3 breaks, and she has less than 5 reps to go, and she's standing over the ball, breathing heavy.
Oh, no rep.
I think she got a no rep there from her judge. Settles back into it. Hopefully she's able to knock these out. In the meantime, Brittany's pulling about 1050 on the rower. She's got 7 and now 8 calories in the bank, with Elena just getting to her rower.
And no surprise here, right, guys? Brittany Weiss, games athlete, stood on the podium, used to long, hard workouts, big engine. Even though she says she's been primarily focused on strength since the CrossFit Games, this is what games athletes do.
Yeah, it's very much a fitness test, capacity test. You have to have the gymnastics. You have to be methodical in your movements. She's looking composed here on the row. It looks like she's starting to attack a little bit. Against this heat, we would expect her to have the top time, and she looks like she's put herself in position to do that.
Brian, do you think all of these girls have had experience with a 10-foot target?
Yeah, all 4 of these athletes have been competing and training long enough and are good enough that with especially with what happened last year and knowing the training environments they're in, 2 of them train here with Underdog. Sam Petrick is with HWPO. Brittany Weiss is with Invictus. There's absolutely no chance that these women have not practiced wall balls to a 10-foot target.
Beautiful shot, Souza. Gershwin, how many no reps were given over the weekend? Very few from what I've seen. Very few. And zero controversy, I think, around the reps also. But time will tell.
Pretty clean run in terms of that. Brittany Weiss is into her last 10 calories on the rower. She's still pulling about 950. Elena Buds is about 14 calories behind her, and she's pulling in the mid-800s. So definitely some fatigue setting in here for the women on the back half of the row.
Lenora, this is James Sprague's girlfriend's grandmother. Lenora, thank you very much for your support. I really appreciate it. Brian thinks I'm joking, but I remember your comments from earlier. I am not joking. And I very much appreciate the generous donation.
Getting off the row at 16 minutes here. Brittany Weiss is heading to the last part of this workout. 150 feet handstand walking. Stands between her and the heat win and establishing the time to beat for the remaining 2 heats of women.
And your granddaughter is in good hands. We all know it.
While Brittany is starting on her handstand walk here, Elena Buds has 10 calories to go out of the 40-calorie row. Kyra Milligan is 5 calories into her 40-cal row, and Sam Petrick is finishing up the last 5 wall balls before heading to her rower. Brittany Weiss making her way back down. This will conclude 50 of the 150 feet of handstand walking that are required. 16:40 on the clock, 22-minute time cap that the women are ultimately chasing.
What was the time cap you said?
22 minutes. Didn't need it for the men, with the exception of Logan Ewing, who had to withdraw with a little bit of an injury there. And halfway through the handstand walking here, Brittany's definitely tired, but she looks composed. She's not wasting a lot of time on the transitions, and so far she's had a clean run on the handstand walks. She's got 50 feet to go. We've just passed the 17-minute mark. Elena Buds getting off the rower, and we'll be set to join her here on the handstand walking portion of this workout.
Wyatt Begay, you cannot put Brian in a box. Analyst, play-by-play. Yes, he does it all. Even bathroom breaks without you even knowing.
Well, you knew, though. Last 25 feet of handstand walking coming up for Brittany Weiss. Just past the 17:30 mark. So we're going to have a time to beat here. It's going to be Brittany Weiss from CrossFit Invictus, and she's across the line, 17:37.
17:37.
Elena Buds, halfway through this last 150 feet of handstand walking. This will conclude 100 feet. She'll have to turn around, or no, it should be 100 and...
This should be your last one, right?
25, yeah, I think this is her last one. Elena Buds. No, she has 50 feet to go. 50 feet to go. 50 feet to go for Buds. Other two ladies are chipping away on the rower. Kyra Milligan, 7 reps to go before she gets to her handstand walking. Sam Petrick is approaching 20 calories on the rower, so she's got 20 calories and 150 feet to go. This will be the last traverse of the floor for Elena Buds, and it will wrap up her weekend here at the live version of the Zelos Games, kicking off 10 days of action online. 18:39, and a great weekend for Elena Buds.
Amy Hill, thank you. 1999. You all rock. Thank you for everything you are doing for our sport.
Kyra Milligan
You're
off the
welcome.
rower. She'll be settling into the last 150 feet of her competition weekend here. This is the home gym for Kyra. She trains here almost every day, so she's got a lot of fans and support, training partners in the crowd. She's got 1 out of her 6 lengths of handstand walk in the books. On the other side of the floor, Sam Petrick chipping away at her row, 10 calories to go before she'll head to the handstand walks as well.
Gray, I will get to your question in just a second as this heat comes to an end. It will be the second thing I do. Thank you for your thoughtful question. And I think they're, oh, no. Is she done? Are they all in?
No, she's got some left.
Audio from the Suzy Cam.
I think this is her last down and back.
Samantha Petrick, the only athlete left out on the field. No disrespect from Brian by not doing the commentating while she's on there. He just got a call from his boyfriend.
This should be her last 25 feet. And she's not close to the cap, so I don't think anybody will beat cap.
Is that it? Oh, she is going to be close.
No,
She's got more?
50 more feet.
She does have 50 more feet?
It looks like that.
Wow. Oh, it is going to be close to the cap, right? She's probably crossing over the 21-minute mark right now.
Yeah, she should be fine, though.
She better not take a break like that on the other side.
See, we're not at 21 yet.
With a time cap of 22 minutes, Samantha Petrick is at 20 minutes and 50 seconds. She has 25 more feet to go. Maybe she's doing this on purpose to keep it exciting. $10 feet to go, 40 seconds to go.
And
wow, I'm starting to think maybe she's not done. Did she finish?
oh, no, we're waiting on this girl.
Yeah, she's done.
Oh, that wasn't Samantha Petrick on that side. This is Samantha Petrick. I told you guys wrong. I'm so sorry. That was Kyra Milligan. Right?
I'm not sure. Just ask Souza.
Brian, is this Samantha Petrick in the green?
Yes, this is Samantha.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I apologize. That was Kyra Milligan.
Yeah.
How many seconds does Samantha Petrick have left on the clock before the time cap, Brian? Can you see the clock? 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2,
1. So she hits the
Dang.
time cap. She'll be one section short there.
That was a big gap. between the winning time and that. I wonder if all the heats are going to be like that.
I want to throw one thing in here before Brian comes on and steals the show. I want to talk about this comment right here by Amy Hill. I do appreciate it. It's not a criticism towards your comment at all. You just have to know this as about me from my perspective. I do not see CrossFit as a sport. I do not see CrossFit as a sport. I see an umbrella as an object that's used to protect yourself from the rain, but in a pinch, I would use an umbrella as a weapon, and it would be a fantastic weapon. That's what I think of the sport of CrossFit. It's just a small component of it, of when it's used as a sport. But really, all of CrossFit is, to me, is a lifestyle methodology. And for those of you who don't see that, I can almost promise you, as you get older, you will see that. And you will see that it is a misnomer to call it a sport. And you're going to be like, well, Sevan, you're just splitting hairs. It could be a sport and a fitness methodology. It could. But at its base, the sport is the cherry on top, and no one ever misses the cherry if it's not on their ice cream. But regardless, that's not a criticism towards you, Amy. That's just my perception of how I view this thing. Chaz Gobble. I am a media guy, though. I love media, and I love human beings, and I love being a part of telling these stories. Oh, that's a handsome man. That guy looked like a Wolverine. Chaz Gobble. Great commentary all weekend. Well done, guys. Thank you, brother. Thanks for your support. Means a lot. Brian Friend back from the dead. Yes.
Not from the dead. We have a scoring decision update from Jared Grabio. I'm going to pass the headset over to him.
Okay, give me 1 second.
I feel like I don't know. I feel like I can't breathe here. Like, it's hard to breathe. I don't know. But I don't know. I mean, I guess if I had to pick one spot, it would be the devil's press, just because it was relatively heavier than what we normally do. But I think that workout is all about staying on. Press into the toaster bar. I feel like the row and the handstand walk, everyone's relatively the same. So, yeah, I would probably say the middle of the workout, the whole middle part.
And how's your body feeling today?
It's feeling pretty good. I haven't done this much intensity in a while, so it's definitely been like a challenge, but it's nice to be here and like kind of see where I stack up going into the season. I know it's only November, but it's a good like testing point.
Yeah.
Souza. Souza.
Yeah.
Souza.
After this, I'm gonna go out with my friends and have some fun.
Souza.
Yeah.
Souza.
Go.
Can you ask her if it's some people were saying it's the elevation, but I'm speculating it's not the elevation. It's the fact that the air is so dry and it's so cold, and many athletes aren't used to the dryness and the cold. Ask her if that's part of the problem.
Yeah, that's definitely it. Like, I this might be gross to some people, but I'm somebody that spits on my grips and then puts chalk because I like stay on the bar better, and I couldn't get any saliva in my mouth during that workout. So like, I couldn't even freaking put chalk on my hands because my throat was so dry.
Ask her if it's also because the place is filled with marijuana smoke. I heard it's just bellowing with marijuana smoke in there.
He says it's bellowing with marijuana smoke.
Are those rumors true?
Yeah, I don't do all that.
No,
Not a
good.
factor.
Good. All right.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Have a great time.
I was not accusing her of doing it. I was accusing Jared Griebill of running a marijuana ring inside there, which is also just fake news. California humor. Jared, what's up? You got to unmute yourself. There you go. Welcome, buddy.
Hey, man, Sevan, you know I'm a changed man. I gave up that racket a long time ago. So
Good. That shit's horrible for you. Thank you.
Totally. Hey, what's up?
Do you have some scoring news?
Yeah, so we, so this is a unique situation that we've dealt with, and this is what's interesting about Z-Score is that it's a brand new thing, and there are certain situations that we just don't know to plan for, or that we weren't proactive enough to plan for. And so in this particular situation in the men's field, one of the athletes, Logan Ewing, technically withdrew from the workout. He stopped, performing within the workout, and because of that, his score is such a massive standard deviation from all the other scores, it skews the leaderboard. So what we decided to do is to treat it like a withdrawal versus him being time capped, because he wasn't time capped. He technically withdrew within the workout. And so with that being said, it takes the 11 men in this particular workout, and it shifts 1 or 2 people within that 4 to 8 range based on their performance. So long story short, we decided to create a withdrawal with Logan for that last workout. And because of that, the athletes that outperformed or performed the best in the 4th workout relative to the field, they get rewarded for that.
It doesn't affect the top three.
It doesn't affect the top three, but what's important to remember is it doesn't affect the online competition. So this live event is not a test for me, right? Like, this is a very serious thing, but we are trying some unique things, and one of those is Z-score. And so with that being said, we hadn't considered what happens if an athlete has like a pseudo withdrawal, right? Because he didn't like not do the workout, he did it, and he stopped doing it within the the field of play. And so with that being said, we're considering it as a withdrawal, and because of that, he won't be scored in the fourth workout. Therefore, the people that did well in the fourth workout get rewarded for that, and there's a little shift in that 4 to 8. But it's not we don't have a public leaderboard that we're changing, so I'm really just being overly transparent here, and I probably didn't have to say half of that. So
thank you very much, Jared. Fantastic event. We're having a blast. We're in the final heat right now. Thank you for the explanation. The second women's heat is going. Please pass that mic to Brian Friend before I explode and my heart rate races out of control because I'm stuck on here with the great John Young. Amy Hill.
Give me a second.
Thank you. Totally agree about CrossFit as part of a healthy lifestyle. Sevan props. I do enjoy watching and competing in CrossFit, though, and appreciate the coverage of those events. Love you, Amy. Thank you. Good work. Appreciate it. Brian Friend coming back. We are in the second heat of the final workout. We just heard from Jared Graybill. The top three in the men is still in place, which is kind of all I care about. There's James Sprague. There's the third fittest guy at the Zelos Games Open Pleasure Point competition. James, what's up, brother?
Do you want to talk to him, Sevan?
No, we have something to commentate. I just want to look at him. Can you just stand to the side, you talk, and we look at him?
Yeah. I think that's probably better for everyone if I do that. You're not talking. They just want to look at you. They want to look at you but hear me. The best of both of us.
We would love to talk to James, but I think we should get on top of this. These ladies here with Solvig in the center. I think that's Rose Scott on the right. Brian, can you get us up to speed?
Yep, Rose Scott is in fact on the right with the gray gray t-shirt on. She was really fast on the handstand walking. She's 32 calories into her row here. Moving down the competition floor from there, Sola Sigurd, her daughter. She's got 25 calories banked on the row. On the other side of her is Aaliyah Miller, also at 25 calories on the row. And on the far side of the floor, Alexis Johnson, also approaching the 30-calorie mark. So Rose Scott with about a 5 to 6 rep lead over the other three women in this field. She basically achieved that lead on the handstand walking. We know from earlier heats you can't win it on that first handstand walk, but she does have a little bit of a lead going to the wall ball here. Now she's the shortest athlete in the field, Alexis not being too much taller than her, so the 10-foot target is something that she'll have to take into account. And I would think for an athlete like Rowe, we might see her take an intentional break or two on this set of wall balls. Maybe not out of need, just knowing that she has the gymnastics coming up and she can make up that time on the chest to bars.
Thank you, Brian. Also, like I said previously, this is the only event where the athletes were seated. So what you're looking at is the 7th, 6th, 5th, and 4th place currently on the leaderboard in this heat with one heat remaining.
Yep, and coming into this event, we were talking about on the women's side that although it was fairly tight, all the way down to 7, just because of the caliber of athletes up at the top, that probably Sola Sigurd, her daughter, who's sitting in 5th place with a fairly small margin between her and 4th place, is the one to watch here in terms of possibly putting up a time to beat that the top 4 athletes will have to chase down. She is behind Rowe getting to these wall balls. I'm curious to see if she'll make a move in the middle half of this workout.
Wayne Kim, I believe this is Devin Kim's father. Great coverage, Sevi. Calls me Sevi. I love it. Warms my heart. Finally fun and cool to listen to. Thanks, brother.
Couple no reps in the wall balls here for Sola Sigurd, her daughter. We haven't seen a lot of that overall throughout the competition. She's definitely flirting with the line on the bottom of her squat there, but she's figured it out and she's getting into a nice rhythm here. Looks like less than 5 reps to go for Rose Scott. And even though she did take a break or two, she got a no rep there on that, not able to get the ball over the line, she'll be heading to the chest to bar pull-ups at about the 5:20 mark. I would expect her to do pretty well on the gymnastics. Even though with a few no reps, Sola Sigurd, her daughter, did close the gap. Both her and Rose Scott heading to the pull-up bar. Neither one of them has gotten a rep or a set yet.
Brian, maybe a silly question, but there are no reps at the top of a wall ball in terms of opening your hips at the top, right? It's just depth, and then the ball has to hit the target.
I believe that is accurate.
Okay.
Sigurd, her daughter, with a bigger opening set on the chest to bars than Rose Scott here. And thinking that may have been a set of 15, which is kind of what we've seen as an opening set for many of the women so far. Alexis Johnson in the far lane, very good on the chest to bar pull-ups. This is where she's going to have to make her money on this workout, see how big of a set she goes for to open up. Aaliyah Miller also up on the bar for her first set, and Sola Sigurdardottir not wasting much time on the ground and getting back to work on the pull-up bar. Big step
Just a couple
for
weeks
Alexis Johnson to kick things off here.
Just a couple weeks ago, I mentioned that Chad. Who am I thinking about at Rogue? Who competes with the glasses on?
Nick Matthew?
No. Was Nick Matthew competing with glasses on? He competes with half a shirt and some glasses? Chandler. Chad, I was going to call him Chad. Chandler Smith competes with his glasses. I'd never seen that before. And then here we are, Alexis Johnson in the green on the far right, competing with glasses on.
All the women chipping away at 50 chest bar pull-ups. John, do you remember what the split was in Heat 1 coming off the chest bars?
Yeah, give me.
Yes. 650. 650 to the dumbbells. 650 to the dumbbells.
Yeah, 650.
Thank you for taking notes, Sevan. It's practice I learned from you. We're
Thank you.
past the 650 mark here. So the split time from the Heat 1, Elena Buds and Brittany Weiss is ahead of the split time here. All of the athletes should be approaching the end of their set, but they're off the pace from that Heat 1 time by Brittany Weiss.
Look at this whip Rowe has at the bottom of the skip.
5 reps to go for Scott. 5 reps to go for Sigurdardottir. 5 reps to go for Alexis Johnson. And Alexis Johnson's actually going to be the first one off the pull-up bar, making the move on the chest bar as we thought. Now, getting to the Devil's Press, you would think that Sola would have the advantage over these two girls here, being the bigger and stronger. But it's basically rep for rep. Scott, Sigurdardottir, and Johnson all with 1 out of 10 reps in the bank. And Aaliyah Miller only 1.5 reps behind him, so a pretty tight heat here heading to the middle part of this up and down pyramid-style chipper workout.
Oh, there go the glasses. Alexis Johnson tosses the glasses. Thank you. Good grab, Souza. Good grab. The glasses continue to play a part in the narrative. Now, will someone
kind of crashing the dumbbells back to the floor and not wasting too much energy in terms of the low back on the control back down? Probably doing so, keeping in mind that they have the 50 reps of toes to bar coming up right after this. 5 reps to go for Sigurdardottir. So she is taking advantage of her size on this movement and is establishing a slight lead over Johnson and Scott, who got to this set of 10 Devil's Press at the same time as her.
Those glasses have a 50-50 chance of getting smashed before this workout's over.
3 reps to go for Sigurdardottir, 4 left for Johnson, 4 left for Scott, 5 left for Aaliyah Miller. Very tight Heat 2 here in the women's final event for Full House in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Are you surprised that you're seeing these devil presses so slow from the men and the women?
So I did this workout with the 50-pound dumbbells and the devil's press, and I specifically remember the last 5 reps of devil press thinking to myself, no matter how slow you feel like you're moving, just keep moving. It's not about these reps even. It's just making sure that you can still do what you want to do on the toes to bar. Sigurdardottir, 1 rep lead on Johnson and Scott, 2 rep lead on Miller. Getting to the pull-up bar at the 950 mark to start these 50 toes to bar.
Look at Elena Miller's even using her grips. Has everyone been using their grips on the devil's press?
Not everyone, but it's it is something that people have done before.
It's not surprising to you.
She's also kind of snatching it to overhead in that last rep there, which we've seen very few women opt to do that. Obviously, we know she has an incredible snatch, hitting a 15-pound PR this morning. So good job by Aaliyah Miller catching up to everyone else here. Sigurdardottir off to the lead on the toes to bar. You saw Alexis Johnson make a move in the chest to bars. Don't be surprised if she's the first one done with the toes to bar here also.
Aaliyah Miller made some ground up on that devil's press.
And if we watch Aaliyah Miller here, she did a small set of toes to bar. She dropped down, she took 1 or 2 breaths, and she jumped right back up. I have seen athletes do a strategy like this before. And even though it might be 10 sets of 5, If you can maintain this calculated rhythm of 5 reps, 3 seconds, 5 reps, 3 seconds on the ground, if you probably won't give away, and you do even have the potential to make up some time relative to athletes who are doing bigger sets and taking bigger rests.
This is just a straight grip intensive workout, huh?
The middle part of the workout is with the 50 chest to bar, the 10 devil press, and the 50 toes to bar. The grip is definitely a factor. Most of these
Even the
athletes will be good
row.
enough. Yeah, I was going to say most of the athletes at this level will understand that you should be having a relaxed grip on the rower, especially with 110 grip intensive reps coming up. So I doubt that they're overdoing it on the row. But nevertheless, no matter what you do, you're going to be feeling it in the last 20 reps of the toes to bar and the grip.
So the time that to beat on the first heat when they were done with their toes to bar was 11:45, and that time's passing right now.
Ooh.
Yep, just past the 11:45 mark. Still don't see any hands in the air from the judges. Have to think that both Johnson and Sigurdardottir are getting close, though.
They were a minute behind before they got to the toes to bar.
So hopefully we'll see
quite a bit of time here.
Alexis Johnson is in fact in the lead here. Hand up for her. 2 reps to go. She's heading to the wall ball first at the 12:15 mark. 30 seconds behind the split time from Brittany Weiss in Heat 1.
So she made up 30 seconds from the last split.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
From the devil presses and the toes to bar, she made up 30 seconds. The 13:15 is whenever she got done with the wall balls. From the
5
first
reps
heat.
to go for Sigurdardottir on the toes to bar. She's looking to get to the wall balls. And remember, Alexis Johnson wasn't great getting to the pull-up bar. She made up a ton of time in the middle of this workout. And now she's given herself at least a 15-rep lead over the rest of her heat as she's chipping away at her set of 35. 1 or 2 reps to go for Sigurdardottir. Less than 5 reps to go for Rose Scott on the toes to bar. Both of them will be looking to get to the wall ball and seeing if they can make a dent on the lead that Alexis Johnson currently has. 5 more reps for Aaliyah Miller as well, and her strategy of doing 5, resting, doing 5, resting has gotten her through the workout, the toes to bar there in a fairly reasonable time.
What's the winning time on the previous heat?
17:37, I believe.
Yeah.
Alexis Johnson has already taken 1 break on the wall balls. The other ladies are working into their first set here. Break for Solga Sigurdardottir already. Alexis Johnson taking another break. She has 5 reps to go. And this is where you just have to pick it up and get these 5 reps done. Get to that rower. You know you can start accomplishing work and maintain this lead that you've built for yourself on the gymnastics. Last rep here for Johnson. She logs a good rep. She's heading back to the rower. 40 calories and 150 feet of handstand walking remaining for her. She's got about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, maybe a little less, to get that work done. We know that the row is going to take in the neighborhood of 2 minutes and the handstand walking around a minute to a minute 20. So it's going to be tight. She'll have to push it a little bit on the row or have faster transition in the handstand walk if she wants to beat Brittany Weiss's time. In the meantime, Sigurdardottir, 5 reps to go on the wall balls, and she will have the advantage over Johnson on the rower. It's just a matter of if she can make up the difference or not. Sigurdardottir walking back to a rower now, and Alexis Johnson pulling at about 900 calories per hour, and she's got 7 calories in the bank before Sola has gotten her rower moving.
I just wanted to try some of those shots, Caleb. I see how stuttered they are, but I'm just like, man, we got to at least try them. Do you think there's any advantage? Would you think when we click on those shots that they clear up by any chance? Just like somehow the software knows that we're on that camera?
Yeah, I noticed it a little bit. If we just kept it up there for a few minutes or like 30 seconds, it kind of cleared up. But
Right.
Sigurdardottir with a more aggressive pace on the row, as we thought would be the case. She's pushing towards 1,100 calories per hour, but she's at 10 calories, and Alexis is at 18. So she was 7 and 8 reps behind. She's trying to close that gap. In the meantime, both of the other women are on their last 5 reps of toes to bar. Rose Scott heading to the rower, and Aaliyah Miller will be looking to do the same. She's got, I think, 3 more reps to go.
For those of you who just came in, this is the second heat of the final event at the Zelos Games in Las Vegas. The fastest time on this workout is 17:37. The time cap is 22 minutes. The athletes that you are looking at are Ro, Sola, Aaliyah, and Alex. They are all on the rower. When they get off the rower, they'll be going to the 150 feet of handstand walk, and this event will then only have one heat left. Also, if you look in the center...
Mistake there from Alexis Johnson. She got off her rower at the 30-calorie mark. She needs to get to 40. And that's allowed Sola to close the gap almost completely. It's now 31 calories to 30 calories. Both of them are in the last 10 reps here. So a mistake there from Alexis Johnson. Maybe she should have kept her glasses on.
Good point. Good point. There you can see Brian up against the fence there underneath the RIP sign. I think that's supposed to say grip. And I think to the left of him, that may be James Sprague's girlfriend. And then you look over a couple more, and I think I saw Justin Kotler somewhere nearby over there. But you can see this is the setup we have. The camera you're looking at now is being held by Matthew Souza.
Johnson and Sigurdardottir getting off the rower at the same time. 17:10 on the clock. So Brittany's time is going to be holding up. Alexis much quicker getting up on the handstand walk. And this is where Sola's got to make a decision how bad she wants to put up a tough time here. Tucking her hair into the sports bra to make sure it stays out of her way, and she'll kick up for her first set. Alexis Johnson already heading back down the floor, working in on her second length out of 6 on the handstand walk. The other two women are about 20 calories into the row. They need to get 40 calories before they can join Sola and Alexis on the handstand.
Alexis on the far right of your screen. You're going to see her walk in now. She is about 40 feet ahead of Sola.
Approaching the 18-minute mark on the clock, Alexis Johnson, 75 out of 150 handstand walking feet in the bank here. Last element of this down and back chipper. Sola Sigurdardottir, at least one length behind her. The other two women are closing in on the last 10 calories on the rower.
There's a shot of the ground.
There's Alexis finishing up 100 feet, 50 feet to go. Sola working on third out of 6 reps on the handstand walking here. She's approaching the halfway part of her handstand walk.
What's the clock say, Brian?
18:30. We have 3.5 minutes to go until the time cap.
We're exactly
Alexis
1
Johnson
minute past. We're exactly 1 minute past the best time in the last heat, which was 17:37.
Mm-hmm. Alexis Johnson is
picking up for the final time.
And she's done.
18:58 for Alexis Johnson, closing out her weekend here at the Zelos Games. Sola Sigurdardottir, 50 feet to go. Rose Scott working on her handstand walk, and Aaliyah Miller just finishing up on the row. She'll have just under 3 minutes to finish these 150 feet.
Not one of these shots has the athletes in them? How can that be?
Sigurdardottir walking your way now. Rose Scott heading back down the floor, and Aaliyah Miller on her hands as well. So all 3 athletes working on the handstand walk. Sola Sigurdardottir closest to finishing with 1 length of the handstand walk to go.
Did Ro just get a no rep crossing that?
I could not tell.
Okay.
She's kneeling there on the ground, and we'll have to see what she does.
I think they gave her credit for it, but she came down right at the line.
Yeah, it came down
Sola
pretty hard.
kicking up. Sola on her last handstand walking here. About halfway across the floor. 20 minutes just passing on the clock. She makes good on the last rep, and she comes in with a time of 20:03, closing out her weekend here. Rose Scott and Aaliyah Miller chipping away at the last handstand walk in the 4th event. Looks like it was a good rep that you were asking about, Sevan, so she's getting close to finishing up here as well.
And she's home.
Rose Scott, 20:26 on the clock. She's got 50 feet to go. I think Aaliyah Miller also has 50 feet to go. She's looking over at Rose Scott. She knows she wants to chase her down, but she's got to be smart here, make sure that she can get the successful 25 feet in the bank. Rose Scott is in over there and
Ooh.
barely able to stay on her hands. We got about 1 minute to go to the time cap. Bit of a battle here. Roe and Aaliyah, each with 25 feet to go, each with less than a minute to do it. Rose Scott transitioning from the straight legs to the Spider-Man. And, oh my goodness, able to close it out just barely. 21-16 and not much left in the shoulders at that point. Aaliyah Miller staying focused, trying to do the same. She's got about 3 feet to go. Get the hands across, and she's in at 21-27. And a great performance from Aaliyah Miller and Rose Scott all weekend out here at Camp Rhino.
J.R. Howell gives props to the time cap. We've had two people very close. Matthew Souza with the Bryan Cam. James Sprague back in the house.
You want to talk at all?
We can hear both. You can keep your headset on, Brian, and we'll just mute you and use. There you go.
Oh, that one. Thank you.
Can we talk to James for a second, Souza?
Hey, you gotta hang on. Jump to Brian or somebody. I gotta switch out some batteries.
Okay, fine.
Give him my headset.
Okay, let's do it. Oh, my ass is broken.
What's up, boys?
I've been sitting too long. I'm not made to sit like this.
Bro, how many hours on average per day are you in that chair?
He doesn't leave.
Too many.
He doesn't leave.
Does
your wife come in there and visit you, or do you
She
go
brought
out
me.
to see her?
She comes visits me. She brings me Paper Street.
Oh, so sweet.
James, third place.
Hey, it went well. It was fun. There was a lot of things to learn from this, but a lot went well, and so I'm really excited about it. It was a lot of fun.
Tell me what's to learn.
Oh man, this Z-score thing. It's all over the map. I gotta go retake statistics. But
here's something here's something you learned. You're never out of it.
True. That's so true. I think that with 4 events too, it's like you just gotta know which ones you're gonna take, and you gotta know where you're gonna get your points. And like, I knew that coming into this one, I'd probably have a little deficit after the snatch, and just gotta know hey, it's not over till it's over.
Where did you get your engine at? How does such a big guy like you, everyone knows you're the chipper guy?
Oh man. Well, first off, I looked up to Fikowski my entire career before I started, and I was like, he's the chipper guy. I want to be a chipper guy. And then I'd say my dad and my brother both have really big endurance backgrounds. And they always pushed me in the pool, on the track, and biking. They always kicked my butt and all that stuff. So I was always pushed to always try and catch them in that. And I think it just translated to CrossFit pretty well, but didn't help strength, that's for sure.
Older brother and good role models.
Yes.
And obviously Patrick's a fantastic dad and Elaine's a great mom.
Yes.
I just made that up. I was trying to take a stab at your mom's name. What's your mom's name?
My mom's name?
Right with
Stephanie.
Stephanie.
That was a good guess. It's Stephanie.
It was just a one in a fucking bazillion. I took a shot at it. James, what's going on with your body composition? How old are you?
Guess.
20.
20. Good. Yes, I'm 20. My body comp is trying to be less.
Talk to me from 16
skinny.
to 20. What's going on from 16 to? When did you go through puberty? How old were you?
Oh, dude, I think that I started growing facial hair at 17, and I thought I was really lame. And then I realized that men grow facial hair. And then let's see, after that, I started gaining weight at 18 to 19, and then I think I've just been able to maintain it well after that. I'm just trying not to grow taller anymore because I don't think it helps much.
I mean, we're watching you. I mean, when I saw you out there, I mean, do you look at your body now and be like, what, when is this going to stop? I mean, you have gotten bigger in the last year, right?
I think so. I have gotten bigger, but Brian wants the thing back. Let's talk soon. I would love to catch up. Thank you.
I want to talk about puberty with you. All right.
Yes, I would love to talk puberty too.
All right. Peace and love, brother. Good to see you. Wow, the always charming, tons of energy. He's going to be a valuable resource, just like Fikowski was for other big athletes. That's going to be a very valuable resource if you are a young CrossFitter, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 years old. Put your eyes on Mr. Sprague. He is going to be a well of information for future athletes. Here come the heavyweights. Tell us, Brian, there is the amazing Christine Kohlenbrander. surrounded by a supporting cast. Alex Gazan over there on the left. Andrea Nisler. Starting to think that these are the best of the best. It's gonna.
For sure. We got about 1 minute to go. These are the top 4 women coming in. If we're looking at the overall race, we know that Nisler has a decent lead, 271 points, which is 23 points clear of Alex Gazan, who's got 248, and she's 30 points clear of, Christine Kohlenbrenner's in second. She's 30 points clear of Alex Gazan. But I'm looking at the battle between Gazan and Devin Kim on the outside lanes. They're only 5 points apart. Sola Sigurdardottir did not put up a really threatening time there. And so it's pretty much just going to come down to whether Alex or Devin can beat each other on this workout to see who's going to most likely take the last podium spot.
This is quite the head trip for Devin Kim and Alex Gazan. I mean, they both know that they're meant to be there, but they're with these veterans with Christine Kohlenbrander and Andrea Nisler. And this is kind of, I bet you this is the nail in the coffin for them. You know, if it wasn't already solidified that they know that they belong.
Yeah, like we mentioned, Christine and Andrea both have a lot of experience and have been competing for a long time. Devin and Alex are both young in their careers, 20 years old or so, and have a lot of great future ahead of them. And we've seen this kind of pattern play out, particularly in the women's side over the last 2 years at the highest level of this sport, where we have a handful of competitors that are past 30 and still very, very relevant and competitive. And we have a handful of competitors that are 20 or younger, also starting to make a name for themselves. So to see that also playing out here in the final heat of the Zelos games is kind of a microcosmic example of the bigger picture of what's happening at the top of the sport for female CrossFit.
And by no means did I mean to belittle Devin Kim or Alex Gazan. For most girls, they've already lived their dream. They've already done enough in the sport to where if they left today, they can say, wow, we went to the very highest level. So by no means did I mean that, but just Kohlenbrander and Nisler are veterans.
Yep, and very little between these 4 athletes here to start things off. Nisler does have the lead after the handstand walk, 1 minute 5 seconds heading to the rower. Kohlenbrander, Kim, and Gazan are all 5-6 seconds behind that. She's just got 1 pull in and no calories, and everyone else is already pulling on the rower. So basically dead heat, heading to the 40 cal row at just the beginning of this long chipper.
Devin Kim and I want to see either lane number 4 or lane number 1.
Lane 4.
Okay, and that's who you're looking at now on the rower.
Yep, and we'll see if they settle into some rowing paces here. Looks like Gazan's pulling about 11:50. Andrea Nisler about the same. She's looking over at a rower to see what the other ladies are pulling. Kohlenbrander ticking up towards 1100, and Devin Kim doing the same. All of the ladies are basically somewhere between 1050 and 1150 calories per hour on every pull. They're all somewhere between 9 and 14 calories right now.
On the right in the black shirt is Alex Gazan from Underdogs Athletics. Next to her to the left in the violet leggings is Andrea Nisler of CrossFit Mayhem Team Championship fame. To the left of her with the pink headband on is Christine Kohlenbrander, who set a PR on the snatch here today at 225 pounds, CrossFit Games athlete. And then all the way on the left, very tiny over there, is Devin Kim from CrossFit Invictus, who stood on the podium at the CrossFit Games this year in 3rd place.
All the ladies are past the halfway mark on this row. They've got to get a 40 calories rowing, and then they'll head to the wall ball for a set of 35. Still holding steady with everyone rowing more or less between 1050 and 1150. I would say that overall, Christine Kohlenbrander seems to have the most conservative rowing pace here. And like we've talked about all workout long, you can't win it on this row, but you can lose it. So just having a pace and sticking with it and setting yourself up for the middle chunk of the workout is what this row is all about.
John, is the winner in this heat, or the top 2 winners in this heat, or the top 3? Are we looking at a 1, 2, 3, 4? Will these 4 women beat all the other scores we've seen today?
I think they got a shot. Brittany Wise's time was dominated heat too. So I would
17:37.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if they were all around that time, and maybe the winner is 17, right around 17, and they all fill in between those 17 and 17:40.
John, before this workout,
picks up the wall ball with Gazan and Kim walking to the rig. 2 calories to go for Kohlenbrander, and everyone will be within 5 or 6 reps starting the first set of wall balls.
Before this workout began, and sorry if I'm mischaracterizing this, Brian, we talked about this workout could be made or broken on the devil's press, but I think really where we're seeing it is on the toes to bar and chest to bar pull-ups.
I agree.
Yeah, that combination of 50, 10, and 50 needs to be managed really well. You know, we saw someone like Alexis Johnson really make a big move in that part of the workout, and that's where she was able to she unfortunately made a mistake on the rower, but outside of that, yes, having the capacity to navigate that middle 110 reps is going to be a huge advantage in this workout.
The 110 being the toes to bar pull-ups and the devil's press?
Yep.
Calculated break here from Nisler, and we've seen this for most of the women. 1 to 2 breaks is expected on these sets. Even though it's a small set of 35, they're going to 10 feet, and like you have said, with the 50 chest to bars, 10 devil press, and 50 toes to bar looming, there's really no need to force an unbroken set here if it's not comfortable for you. Alex Kazan seems to have caught up to Andrea Nisler, and both of them will be finishing at the same time and heading over to the pull-up bar. Noticing here that Devin Kim is looking across the floor at Alex Kazan. She probably is very well aware that that's the athlete she needs to beat in this workout.
Alex looks good.
And upper body pulling is a known strength for Alex Kazan. She's great on legless rope climb. She's really well on the muscle-up workout. Chest to bars will be a strength for her as well. Andrea Nisler also ripping off a big set here to start, and Christine Kohlenbrander jumping up to start chipping into her set of the 50. In the meantime, Devin Kim is falling behind here. She's got 5 reps to go on the wall ball. All of these ladies will have had at least 10 to 15, maybe even 20 reps in the case of Kazan before Devin Kim gets a chance to start on her chest to bar pull-ups. The good thing for Devin Kim here is that she wasted no time in the transition. She didn't chalk up. She headed over to her pull-up bar, took 1 breath, jumped up, and started getting to work. It doesn't, just because she's behind right here does not mean that she's out of question for staying close in this heat. If she's able to capitalize on the gymnastics, like we saw from Alexis Johnson, you can catch back up to the other people who have a little bit of a lead getting here.
Look how high, when Devin Kim does pull-ups, how high she pulls.
Now, between Devin Kim and Alex Kazan, it's basically whoever beats who, correct?
I mean, I think Alex has a 5-point lead coming in. We know that 5 points in this model can be erased very, very quickly. So yes, if I'm Alex Kazan, I know that if I beat Devin, I'm good to go. And if I'm Devin Kim, I know that if I don't beat Alex, I don't have a chance either way. So both of them understand that if they want that 3rd place spot, they need to finish before the other one.
And Kohlenbrander and Nisler are pretty much set as long as they don't blow up.
Yeah,
Devin
so
Kim giving the obligatory spit onto the grips. I approve. We are at 649. At 650, I believe.
Gotten off of the bar. 650.
Go ahead.
Alex Kazan is the first one off the bar, so she's slightly behind Weiss's split time, and she's barely ahead of Andrea Nisler, who's working on her last pull-up right now. Kazan will have a 1-rep lead on the dumbbells, and that was a very strong and purposeful rep for Kazan. She already looks better with these dumbbells than anyone else that we've seen so far, as does Nisler. And with some of the stronger athletes in the field, this is kind of what I'd expect. And this is where I think that these athletes will be able to distinguish themselves from someone like Brittany Weiss.
Hey, look where Nisler pulls the dumbbells from. Why doesn't she get them closer to her? Why doesn't she get them between her legs? I guess she lets the gravity swing them in as she picks them up. She lets them swing them in.
Yeah, that's just a comfortability thing. I've seen games athletes do it different ways. Alexander Caron does actual devil's press the way people do clean and jerks, and he's just as fast. It's just a comfortability thing.
And you see Christine Kohlenbrander doing a completely different technique here with the option to go to the clean and press. She's keeping those dumbbells outside of her legs throughout the entire rep and doing almost like a very deliberate clean into the press there with a narrow stance.
Oh, okay. Look at Andrea Nisler. Look how far back her toe is, her back left toe from that left dumbbell. It's like 4 inches away. But watch Kohlenbrander. Her toes break the parallel line that connects those 2 dumbbells together. It's significantly easier to pick them up at that place. Significantly. When I do those, I will not lift the dumbbells unless my toes have broken the plane of the edge of the dumbbell. Do you know what I'm talking about? Right there. See how her toe breaks that plane? And Nistler's is like 6 inches back.
Alex Kazan with a very smooth work on the dumbbells there. 8:40 on the clock, heading back to the toes to bar and wasting no time getting back up on the bar. This is looking very good for her. Devin Kim has over half the reps of the devil's press still to go, and she's taking a pause. She's got a one rep to go for Nistler, 3 reps to go for Kohlenbrander, and Kazan already has 10 toes to bar in the bank.
Oh, we have our first critique that I've seen. Kazan is not fully locked out. Yikes. Our first critique.
I'm not sure. Are they talking about the devil's press?
Yeah, when she was on the devil's press. That's what I'm guessing.
Okay, well, she got credit for all the reps, so she's moved on to the toes to bar. Hiller has 8 judges on the floor, and he's out there and has been out there the entire time. So obviously, it was something that was okay with the judges on the floor. She's chipping away. She's over 20 reps on the toes to bar. Andrea Nistler's second to work there. Looks like she's going to get at least a set of 10 to start things off, and Christine Kohlenbrander not too far behind her. Sevan, to your overall points, yes, with the points lead that Nistler and Kohlenbrander have, really all they need to do here is make sure they don't make a huge mistake. If they can just stay middle of the pack, have a smooth run, they'll end up 1 and 2 on the podium.
And it looks like Kazan's running away with third right now. Maybe Devin Kim can challenge Alex's reps.
One rep to go for Devin Kim on the devil's press. The other 3 ladies working on the 50 toes to bar. You're about to say the time to beat, Sevan?
11:45, I think. You have us trained well, Brian. You have us trained well.
Very nice. Alex Kazan checking in with Kotler, who's up on the rail right near her lane. She's just focusing on controlling her breathing. And like we've been saying all workout long, once you get to this back half of the toes to bar, you just have to find a way to get them done because the light at the end of the tunnel is the wall ball and the row that's coming up next.
Brian, what is the judge looking at here? Why is the judge looking at the bottom? I understand the top, the toes have to touch the bar. What's he looking at the bottom?
The heels need to come behind the plane of the bar at the bottom of every rep on the toes to bar. You'll see a dramatic difference in the way that some of the athletes do this. If you watch Andrea Nistler, she breaks her knees at the bottom and has a big and obvious kip. Once Alex gets going on the toes to bar, it's a shorter range of motion. It's a little more snappy at the bottom. So he's just checking to make sure that she's breaking the plane before going back up for the next rep. 5 reps to go for Kazan. If she's able to do these in one set, she'll have about a 15-second lead over that split time we were talking about from Brittany Weiss. Yep, and so 11:30 on the clock. She's heading to the wall ball, ditching the grips. 35 reps on the wall ball to go.
So she made up a lot of time there. She made up 20 seconds on Brittany Weiss's score there.
Yeah, and that's what we were thinking. And what I think is that the devil's press was so much easier for Kazan that Weiss, that she was able to have a little bit bigger sets with smaller breaks on the toes to bar. So even though she made up the time on the toes to bar, I think that can be attributed to her strength on the devil's press relative to some of the other women. Nistler still holding on the second spot. She's about 10 to 12 reps behind Kazan, but in a great position here relative to her overall positioning heading into this workout. As long as she's able to stay ahead of Christine, there's absolutely no doubt about it that Andrea Nistler will be the champion for the women on the live version of the Zelos games.
I think what you meant to say is that the advantage that Alex Kazan has on the devil's press is strong like bull.
Kohlenbrander joining Kazan and Nistler on the wall ball. She did get a no rep there from her judge. Seems to have made the change in the flow of her reps. Both her and Nistler chipping away at a big set to start things off. Kazan closing in, 2 reps to go, and she'll be heading back to the rower at about the 12:45 mark. 40 calories and 150 feet on her hands to go. Composure is the name of the game here for Kazan. It can be tempting to push it, but she has to recognize that all she needs to do here is maintain the position she's in, and she'll wind up on the podium here.
No, she's got it.
Standing at the end of her lane is Matt DeLugos, and he's telling her the exact same thing. Just breathe and relax. Settle into this row. She's in a great position.
Yeah, and we saw Kotler's head come into one of the camera shots. He's over her shoulder barking too.
Well, she got a decent lead on Nistler and Kohlenbrander too.
5 reps to go for Kohlenbrander, 2 reps to go for Nistler. Both of them will be heading back to the rower, where Kazan is already 7 and now 8 calories into her row. She's pulling about 900 calories per hour right now, and expect her to that to increase a little bit as she catches her breath. No waste of time for Nistler. No waste of time for Kohlenbrander. Both are sliding in and getting their row going. Nistler has a 2-rep lead over Kohlenbrander at this point. I
think this is an important puzzle piece for Alex Gazan's career, too. Not that she's not supremely confident already, but she's there with Andrea Nistler, Christine Kohlenbrander, and she's taken the lead. And, it might not be something she remembers forever, but when she goes to bed tonight, she will know that she put it to these girls in the final event.
Right, and we often talk about when we look at any competition that if you were going to pull one workout out of all the workouts that were tested to try to find the fittest with just one test, this is the one that we would pull out this weekend. It's the most well-rounded test, and it's a big testament to the diversity of capacity from strength to pacing to gymnastics and overall fitness that she has at a very young age.
Trigger word. Listen, closest to diversity of movements. Closest to in the screen is Alex Gazan from Underdogs Athletics, CrossFit Games athlete. In the middle there, the famous, infamous Andrea Nistler from CrossFit Mayhem Championship fame. And then on the end, the strong, powerful CrossFit Games athlete, Christine Kohlenbrander, who put on a show earlier today in the snatch competition. We are waiting for Devin Kim to make it to the rower here in the final heat of the Zelos Games.
Gazan. 7 calories to go for Gazan, 14 calories to go for Nistler, 20 calories to go for Kohlenbrander. Nistler is putting the pedal down a little bit. She's rowing at about 1,020 calories per hour. The other girls are in the 900s. So Nistler looking strong on the row relative to the other girls.
And what's going on with Devin Kim? What kind of fatigue do you think she's experiencing? Hand fatigue, core fatigue?
Yeah, she definitely struggled with the wall balls on the way out as well. So maybe, we talked about the fact that most of these athletes have definitely practiced the 10-foot target, but it might just be something that she's not extremely comfortable with. And
sorry, I thought it was the toes to bar, though, that were keeping her back, not necessarily that wall ball.
She fell behind this heat on the wall balls going out.
Okay.
And then she hasn't been able to catch up since then. Alex Gazan on the handstand walk, one length in the bank, and Andrea Nistler is finishing up on the rower.
A great camera shot. We're at 16 minutes. The time to beat is 17:37.
Yeah, 50 feet in the bank of Gazan. She's got 2-length lead on Nistler here on the handstand walk, and she's got about a minute and 30 seconds if she wants to beat Brittany Weiss's time from Heat 1.
Do you think she has a shot to take over Christine Kohlenbrander for second?
Kohlenbrander is just finishing up on her row. She's not too far behind, and given the times from the other heats, I don't think so. As long as Kohlenbrander has a smooth run here, I think she would have done more than enough to retain the second-place spot.
I wonder if Gazan's gaming this now. If she's going to wait until she watches Nistler get to the other side before she turns around and comes back.
50 feet to go for Gazan. All of her support here are urging her to kick back up on her hands. And it is tempting, and you want to race this, but the last thing you want to do is have a no rep. She's got 35 seconds and 1 length to go if she wants to win this workout. It only takes about 10 or 12 seconds to get across. So she's got time to take a few breaths and get composed. She's kicking up at the 17:12 mark. As long as she doesn't make a mistake here, she'll get the win on this workout, and she'll lock up at least the 3rd place position on the podium.
Oh!
No,
oh my goodness! Run back! Is this Nistler's final heat, Brian? Is this her final go? Is that Nistler's last 15?
Down and back, I think.
The time of 17:37 for first place has passed. We're not sure if Andrea Nistler is done in just one.
Well, I think she's in at 17:43.
Wow. Well, Gazan will remember this tonight when she goes to bed, but for different reasons than I thought.
And impressive composure from Alex. They're able to go back and reset. She gets in at 18:06. Still an excellent score. Still well ahead of Devin Kim, and still should be plenty to lock up a spot on the podium. I think for what John was asking about, that mistake pretty much guarantees that she won't be able to overtake Christine Kohlenbrander, but man, she is celebrating with Tyler and her crew right now. They're still very, very proud and happy with everything she's done this weekend. Kohlenbrander, excellent this weekend. And she wraps up her Zelos games here at about the 18:30 mark.
But I applaud her going for it, because if she went for it and got that, she's got a shot at second, just depending on what happens. And if she doesn't get it, she's still way ahead of Kim. So she's, third was already locked up. She had no worries as far as going for it, even if she got no reps. She had third wrapped up.
Last couple reps to go on the row for Devin Kim. She's the last athlete working on the floor here at the Zelos game. She got 3 minutes to the time cap and 150 feet to go on her hands.
Do you think maybe she should have paced it differently, Brian? She got caught in a race with these three powerhouses?
No, I think she was racing against the clock in the event win, and I mean, the energy was definitely feeling it in the crowd. But like I was saying on her second to last length there, the last thing you want to have on an implement like a handstand walk at the end of the workout is a no rep. I think she had time to take 2 or 3
Oh, no,
more
I'm
reps.
sorry. I'm referencing Devin Kim.
Oh, what was the question? About Devin?
Do you think that she came out too hot? I mean, she won the handstand walk, I think, coming out, right? Just by a little bit.
It was pretty. No, she was dead heat with everyone else. No, I don't think so. I think just a tough workout for her.
Look at Brittany yelling at her.
Yeah, of course. They want to see each other do great. Everyone in the entire building is on their feet here and supporting her as she finishes out this workout. This is what we always see across the competitions.
How many affiliates are there?
Sevan, we got an update. Alex Kazan is going to be challenging that last handstand walk. They've had a chance to see the video and believe that she'll get credit for it. So pending a final result on there is a challenge that's been used by Kazan on the floor.
I want to see how many affiliates there are in Vegas.
And that's a great example of what an athlete should do in competition. If you feel like you got an unfair call or a wrong call from your judge, there's nothing you can do about it in the moment. You have to go back and get back to work, which is exactly what she did. She composed herself, finished the workout, and then you appeal after the fact. So very professional in the way that was handled by Alex, from getting that no rep to finishing the workout to making the challenge. Devin Kim on her hands. She'll be the athlete that wraps everything up here for the first live version of the Zelos games at Camp Rhino in Las Vegas, Nevada. 21:05. Very well done for Devin Kim.
She did great this whole competition.
17 affiliates in the greater Las Vegas area, for anyone who's wondering. 17 CrossFit affiliates.
Will that seal fourth for her, Brian?
It's impossible for me to say.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that is the final heat of the fourth event. The men have already went. We reviewed the scores. We'll update you on them soon. Just in case, there were some minor changes since the last time we looked at them, but the first, second, and third place still remain the same. Tyler Watkins and crew and Jared Graybill and Andrew Hiller will be updating the men's leaderboard. The women's leaderboard very shortly. We'll give you the final tally on that. Brian did mention that Alex Kazan is appealing that cross of the finish line. I think that what's in question is, does she need to be in control? We'll hear from Brian shortly. She clearly wasn't in control when she crossed the finish line, but maybe you didn't need to be in control. You just needed to get your hands across the line before your feet hit the ground. Those are some details we will be working out for you very shortly. Remember,
this is what we can definitely say about the handstand walking, is that it says, both hands, including palms and fingers, must touch the ground, completely clear of the line, marking the end of the length before the feet touch the ground.
Okay. So control is not needed as long as your hands cross before your feet touch the ground.
Touch the ground, completely clear of the line, marking the end of the length before the feet touch the ground. Yes.
Fantastic.
And I think it's a fair challenge from what we saw, because she shot her hands across as she was falling, but before her feet hit the ground.
What you're looking at here is the athletes milling around, waiting probably for some sort of closing ceremony. I want to tell you guys, everyone in the world can now, the registration is now open for the Zelos games. This is just the kickoff party. This is not the event. This is not the final. This is the kickoff party for the Zelos games. Now what you do is you go to Competition Corner. You go there. There's 10 different divisions. You pick your division and you enter. and you start trying to see how you place with your friends, family, loved ones. And if you're a beast, you kick some ass and try to get some money. Clydesdale Media chiming in on the challenge review. They said yesterday they only review the section that is challenged.
Yep, that's right. So in this case, it'll be that one length of the handstand walk. And currently in the next room for me, Andrew Hiller and Jared Grable are reviewing the tape to make the decision. It was official that she did challenge it on the floor as she's supposed to do. So they'll have a opportunity to review that and make the decision in the next minute or so.
Do we want to take a quick peek at the men's leaderboard one more time before we come up with the
I mean, we definitely can. I obviously wasn't on here while Jared was talking to you guys, but they made a decision based on Logan Ewing basically withdrawing from that last workout. So we can definitely check and see what it looks like.
I think that's a good decision too, right? Because he obviously had an injury that stopped him. It wasn't like he was quitting.
Right. And we saw, for example, on the women's side that Sam Petrick didn't beat the time cap, but, she was very close and she was competing right up to the end. About halfway through that workout, it was obvious something was wrong with Logan. He was communicating with his team. He said, I'm done. He tried to go again, and we commend him for the effort, of course. But when we saw the scores there, and he was getting 2 points and then everyone else was getting 60 plus, you can understand that in an 11-person field, one person having to withdraw from the workout is going to skew things very dramatically. And I think that it was the appropriate choice for the live competition, which is a part of the online competition. His score will still log in there, but you have hundreds of people that can participate, and then only 10 other guys on the field. I think it is appropriate to count that as a withdrawal for that workout and then rank the other 10 guys against each other.
Hello, Brian Spin. Nice to have you back. In first place, Tudor Magda. Second place, Tolo Moraquinho. Third place, James Sprague. Fourth place, Dennis Samsonoff. The difference between third place and fourth place was approximately 29 points. Fifth place, Peter Mason. First.
Okay. Go ahead.
Fifth place, Peter Mason. This is the first time he's popped on my radar. I thoroughly enjoyed watching him work out this weekend. Leonel Franco in sixth place. Jack Rosema in seventh place. Maddie DeLugas, hometown favorite out of Las Vegas, Underdogs Athletics, takes eighth place. Ethan Helbig, impressive watching that guy get at it. He's the guy we talked about early in the weekend who did 100 cows on the assault bike in 1 minute, took ninth. In 10th place, we have Logan Ewing. 11th place, Mitch McClune, and a no-show due to sickness. Unfortunately, very missed. Very, 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 very missed. Mike McDonald. Brian, what did you think, buddy?
As far as the men go?
No, not you, Brian Spin. We've had it. We've had enough of you.
No,
we haven't. Don't go anywhere, Brian. I'm just joking. Don't. You scared me.
The men's was a great race. I mean, I don't think anybody expected Tudor to fall off as much as he did. And Tola definitely overperformed from at least what I thought he was going to do. Made it a lot closer. So I thought for sure that he was guaranteed a lock with Tudor being first, but watching that, you just didn't know.
No surprise here. The pose that James Sprague has taken, I would only ask that can be taken out of the shot, and that would be perfect. And Gazan, man, what do you think about Gazan, Mr. Spin, really putting on a show for us there at the end? An error you cannot have if you want to go to the CrossFit Games. What do you think she'll learn from that, if anything?
I mean, it all depends on if it gets if her review gets reversed. So if they do give her that rep, then she did perfectly what she needed to.
Brian Friend, do you like this challenge? Is this exactly why we need a challenge? Or no?
Yeah, I mean, look, she certainly could dispute this score in any form, or the decision in any format anyway. But yeah, the challenge is something that we didn't get to see take place too often this weekend, but in both cases, I think it was appropriate how it was handled on the floor by both the athletes and the judge. They obviously had a clear understanding of the fact that they needed to submit that while they were still on the floor, and then give the opportunity for the head judge and the competition director to go back and review the video as they said they would and make the appropriate call based on what the rules say and the video shows.
Mr. Spin, your thoughts? Do you like these challenges?
I do, and I like the opportunity to actually come back and have a penalty for it if other reps are seem to be invalid during that review.
I think this is a very poignant comment here. Andrea is a vibe. I don't know what it means, but I like it. Yeah, she is. I think she beats to her own drummer, for sure. What is the time? How long did they say it would take to do this review?
No specific amount of time. He did specify that that they would always have the reviews done before the next workout starts. In this case, there is no next workout to start. They immediately went in there and have been looking at the tape. So hopefully only a couple of minutes, and then they can make a decision. Yeah, because we have obviously text Tyler on hand back home, we can send him the decision. He can update the scores very quickly, and then we can get to the podium.
Souza.
Yeah.
All the athletes are milling around. Why aren't they just going home and doing their ice baths and sauning? What are they waiting for here? Oh, look, Alex Kazan is holding court over there. Look at that.
Yeah, she's got all the attention right now. They're just hanging out. It looks like they're just glad the weekend's over, just enjoying their time together. The atmosphere is just super relaxed. Everybody's in a great mood. As you can see, they're dancing around and being playful. So I just think they're stoked it's over. They can relax.
The guy in the middle there standing with the camera right across from Alex Kazan, that is her husband, Jake. I've heard about him very often on the podcast when she's been on the podcast. Finally good to see him.
Hi, husband, Jake.
Besides in a still picture. Nice, Souza.
Yeah, he dogged it. He's like, nah.
Souza, anything, what do you have any update for us on the challenge? Do you think, were you up close? Do you think Alex Kazan made it across the finish line to win that event?
I was not close enough to see it, but I was listening in on when the judges were talking about it. And Hiller agreed and told everybody, or told the judge that made the call, it was a great call. He was able to see, and he agreed with the call.
Souza, I couldn't tell really how many people were there this weekend, but I just looked and there are 10, 15, 19 affiliates in the greater Las Vegas area. Did it feel like the affiliates came out and represented?
Yeah, at times. I mean, it was one of those things that's going on all day, so you have people coming and going all day. But I would say by and large, the event was full the whole time.
And the people who trained at CrossFit Rhino, did they come by the gym to see why can't we work out today? What's going on here?
Yeah, they came by. They were in full support. They were all wearing their Camp Rhino shirts, and definitely loud for the athletes that work out here too.
Okay, fantastic. And what about in terms of agents being there? I did see, I can't remember his name, but he's the agent for some of the brute strength. Maybe his name is Benji?
Yep, that's right. Yeah, he's actually still here. Yeah, there was a couple of them. I believe Tudor's agent, Rashad, was here. So, yeah, there was quite a few that came out.
What is the difference between an agent and a manager? Do we know? Carrie Pierce?
I have no idea.
Great. To your left was Carrie Pierce, America's greatest female CrossFitter ever.
Yep. She was here all weekend hanging out, too.
Awesome.
Yeah, stopping in, saying hi, rooting these guys on.
What's the most, being there on the floor, what is the biggest standout of the weekend? Is there anything that just, you're like, wow, that was very interesting. That was very good, or that was very bad?
I just thought the whole thing was ran really well. Like, if you would have told me this was the 5th or 6th one, I would have totally believed you. I was surprised at how on time everything was, how smooth it went. Little hiccups always happen in things like this, but they were able to recover and figure it out on the fly. So hats off to Jared and his crew here. They did great.
I see a child right there in a blue shirt. I didn't see a lot of children throughout the weekend, but it looks like a children-friendly event. Were you surprised there weren't more families there?
There were a lot of families here. We didn't get to see a lot of them because there was a lot over in this section that you guys are seeing now, which didn't get a lot of airtime. But there was a lot of kids here. Collars kids were here. There's a lot of families. So, yeah, very family-friendly environment.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Susie. You did an amazing job. Please tell the rest of the camera crew that we really, really appreciated their work and their effort. You made a huge impact on the show, and we're getting a lot of fantastic text messages. I can't wait to talk to you this evening about what the future holds for us. I think a lot of doors have just opened up.
I think so, too. I will. I'll let them know. They did awesome.
And if you could just keep the camera rolling for a bit while we wrap this up so we can see what's going on, that would be great.
Yeah, you got it. Thank you.
Thank you. I posed the same question to the both of you. Any big surprises for you guys? Things that were standout moments, impressions of this event, Mr. Spin.
I mean, it was really interesting. The program was fantastic. I mean, you saw the big guys with Tola winning. You saw the fast one on Saturday afternoon. I think if I was going to say there's one surprise, it was Matt DeLugos. I kind of expected him to be at least in the top half. He seemed to underperform throughout. And, you know, I think a lot, for the most part, they did what we kind of expected them to. Like Sprague won this last event. I mean, we kind of knew that. So, you know, it's a great opportunity for these guys who don't always get the limelight, and it can show off what they can do.
Does it surprise you how he placed because of his past performances, or do you think that maybe we built too much hype around him and that we as the pundits were expecting more from him unfairly?
I mean,
or not necessarily more from him, but the competition maybe was stiffer than we thought. I don't want to put it on Matt.
I mean, you never know how much he's training into it. If he's taking time off, if he, you know, what his training was like this week. You know, I think he needs another year to see if he's right at that level of making it to the games. You know, this past year could have been just a great set of events for him. So, you know, he still has 5-6 months till it's going to matter, but definitely would have wanted to see better performance out of him.
Nash Quinn's $20. Great coverage. The progression from event 1 to event 4 was impressive. Happy to be here for Brian's coming out party as a live commentator. Looking forward to the next one. Oh, crazy impressive, Brian. Brian, for you, any standouts besides yourself for the weekend? Any moments, any highlights, athletes? And what's really sticking in the forefront of your brain?
Yeah, I mean, I would say several things. Probably the flip side to the DeLugos maybe not doing as well as we thought was, you know, Tudor Magda answering the question of, are we going to see the guy from semifinals or are we going to see the guy from the games? And definitely this was much, much closer, if not exceeding the guy that we saw from semifinals. The last workout was a little bit tough for him there in the middle, but he salvaged the performance and he walks away with the win. We talked about that he doesn't have a ton of competition experience, and something that comes with doing competitions is learning to find a way to win. Yes, it's a small field. Yes, there's not a lot of workouts, but in terms of a young man who's trying to become great in this sport, it's good for him to have experiences like this. He made some mistakes. He'll definitely have some things that he can take away from this and go back and work on with his team that he obviously seems to be thriving with right now. And I think that that's good. It's almost better than having a clean run to a win where you walk away maybe thinking with an undeserved sense of bravado or accomplishment. He got the win, which is great, and it's good for his confidence, but he still knows that there's things to work on. So I think overall this is a very good weekend for Tudor, and it's good for us too as fans. We know we've been talking about in this offseason how the men's field is becoming so competitive, and I'm hopeful that we can add Tudor into the list of guys that can contend for top 20s and top 10s at the games over the next couple seasons. So that's where I would start. In terms of some moments that stood out, I mean, there are some athletes here, like you said, who they don't necessarily get the limelight at the semifinals, but they've been there and have been doing pretty well. I think that the event win on a workout 2 was great for Pete Mason. I think Jack Rosema made a little bit of a statement this weekend, and Leonel Franco. For the women, I was really, I mean, obviously blown away with 6 out of the 12 women PR'd their snatch, and that 215-pound snatch for Aaliyah Miller really stands out for me amongst what some of the women were able to do individually this weekend, right alongside Rose Scott's win in event 2.
Fergie Show says, Sevan, send the boys down under. Kenneth DeLapp says, next event, CrossFit Charlotte Classic. The way this came together is really kind of just a miracle is too strong. But basically, the fact that this event happened in Las Vegas, it's super duper accessible. It's close to all the people who could volunteer their time and put in their efforts is really, and the fact that Jared Graybill trusts us with this effort is the only reason why this happened. Where and when the next opportunity will pop up, I don't know. But this is a, this is almost like you just threw some ingredients against the wall and it just happened to make a cake. I mean, it is a, did you have any thoughts on that, Brian, how this came together, this broadcast?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that. We wouldn't, if any of us wouldn't have been able to do this without Jared giving us the opportunity. And just, being super frank, there's a risk involved in bringing in Hiller to do the head judging here. Obviously, people are going to be watching that closely, and some people maybe even wanting to see him fail. But Hiller stepped up to the plate, did everything in the prep that he needed to do. Using the Z-score in a small competition like this with the live broadcast, again, it's a big risk, but Jared believes in pushing the sport forward, and he knows that if we don't have those opportunities to see how it works, put the kind of the pedal to the metal and give it an opportunity, that we'll never really know if it's going to be a better method for representing what we want to represent in terms of the athlete's performance out there. Additionally, you're not you're not necessarily loved or liked by everyone, but you have the best intentions in mind for this sport, this methodology, and this lifestyle. Jared understands that, and so giving us the chance to do this is more than just representing the athletes, but it's representing what this entire thing was meant to be 25 years ago, that you worked so hard on over all those years. And I'm just grateful that he gave us a chance to kind of take a risk and see what we could do with a low budget and some, maybe controversial personalities, but I think that we did a pretty good job.
Maybe even no budget. I would also say that I would have never, ever have done this in a million years. My immediate response was no, not interested. If it wasn't for Matt Souza kind of pressed me to do it. He's like, no, let's give it a try. And I really didn't want to do it. And it was kind of one of those things I just agreed to. And I just hoped that it would never come up on the calendar. I didn't. And then it just kept getting closer and closer and closer. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to people like John Young, Mr. Spin here from the Barbell Spin, J.R. Howard, Taylor Self. I was all introduced to them by Brian Friend. I met Brian Friend just on Instagram many years ago. It's really just like I said, I feel like it's just like we threw a handful of ingredients against the wall, turned our back. When we look back, they turned into a cake. And I don't have even the things that like the Z-score. I mean, Tyler Watkins, he had no idea until we asked him to put the Z-score live online and send us the spreadsheet. So everything kind of just came together because you're looking at a group of people who just work really hard and have passion in their own little silos, and then we somehow pulled all of the silos together. LDY 2742999, awesome production. Hiller, great job making sure expectations were clear. Brian, the commentary was exceptional. I am curious. I know this is headed into the land of TMZ, but I am curious if, it's after events like this, the Zelos games register now. I am curious if people will go home now and we'll see some Instagram posts being more critical, because from our purview, that's what you see at the games, right? Everything seems to be hunky-dory. And then, a couple athletes will be like, this happened to me, or this happened to me, or this happened to me. So as far as we know, everything went perfectly smooth, but we still have to kind of wait to hear from the 24 participants and see if they have any critique.
Well, and to something that you said a few minutes ago, the only way that something like this can happen and run smoothly is with a lot of work leading into it. And in addition to trusting us with an opportunity and giving us a chance to do our thing, Jared has been working tirelessly this past couple months to make sure that everything was as organized as it could be. And he depends on a ton of people, from sponsors to equipment providers to athletes to show up, to vendors to support the event, and fans to be here on site and watching at home. But he can't control any of that stuff. What he can control is making sure that the graphics are nice on Instagram, that the workouts are clearly written, that the movement standards are organized and communicated ahead of time, that he has an effective demo video to show those things. He has floor plans in place for the online competition, and he was meticulous in the preparation in all of those regards. I mean, at points, the number of emails I was getting from him was a little bit overwhelming, but that was just a testament to the work he's putting in. And he wanted the feedback from the team that he trusted. He wanted to get the details right. He wanted to eliminate the risk of making the mistake when it matters most. And the only way to do that is to put in the work ahead of time.
Souza, can you go over and ask James Sprague what time he went to bed last night? I am very curious. I have just
this question here. So the Tony Tone.
Give us 1 second. Give us 1 second, Mr. Friend.
Hey, James, I got one final question for you. What time did you go to bed last night?
Oh, look at that. Look how she covered her face like that. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it.
Her grandmother's watching. You better be careful.
Sorry, Lenora. Sorry, Lenora.
Air mattress and a couch. And the air mattress is rock hard. So I switched from the couch to the air mattress, couch to air mattress. So like I got up every hour and a half. It was just uncomfortable. But I'm excited to be back in my own head.
Awesome. All I heard is it was rock hard. Good job, buddy. Okay, we can.
Wow. Souza, thank you. That's exactly what I wish I would have said. Okay, to answer this question, is there a link to the leaderboard, Brian Friend?
So just keep in mind, there are two separate leaderboards. Tyler Watkins I think is going to put a link for the live competition leaderboard. And then these scores that the athletes did this weekend will eventually be inputted for the online leaderboard, and that you can find at Competition Corner. Just search Zelos Games Competition Corner, and you'll be able to find the links to the online competition leaderboard there very easily.
Paul Desmond, the epitome of grassroots. Great job, guys. Brian calling the events was priceless. Paul Desmond, 1999. Thank you. Tyler Watkins in the house. Next to this Pitbull puppy. Tyler, do we have the leaderboard now up, and can we look to see who won the
You're all
women's
clear. Go ahead.
division here? All right, let's do it. Mr. Beaver in the house from halfway across the world. In first place, Miss Andrea Nisler, 367 points. Second place, Christine Kohlenbrander. Third place, Alex Gazan. Fourth place, Solveig Sigurðardóttir. And fifth place, Devin Kim. We will come back to that leaderboard as soon as we have our way with Mr. Andrew Hiller. Andrew, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Good.
What do you guys? I'm sure you guys have been talking, right? What do you got? Direct me.
You seem mellow.
I'm mellow. It's easy. It's good.
It was easy?
It's easy when you've got proof.
What do you mean by that? Tell me what you mean by that.
Before this, we decided that when we had video evidence, and we have video evidence of this, athletes could challenge specific things, handstand walk being one of them, along with the wall balls and the chest bar on this workout. Alex challenged this. The call in the field, very similar to the Tola situation, was the correct call, because in retrospect, there would have been a handful of people saying, how did you give her that rep? And at which rate, because the judge in the call on the field was good, there's no looking at it. We don't do that. But because he said no rep, then we can go look at it.
Okay, and so I wasn't even, I forgot all about that. So you did look at that rep, and what was the call? The call was that it was a no rep.
Correct, and she had to go back and traverse the field again. The 25 feet unbroken.
And what happened? Her hand didn't cross the line?
The call was that she did not have her hands over the line before her feet hit the floor.
Wow, was it close?
Because it was one of those instances where you're going, and she falls, and it was not as close as you would have expected. But
okay, so her feet hit the ground, and then her hands went over.
Correct. Yes, which would result in a good call.
But it wasn't. The time.
So sorry, an overturned call on the field, making her handstand walk good, complete.
Oh shit. Okay, I'm completely misunderstanding you. So that call was overturned.
Alex Kazan had 25 feet in the remainder of her 150 to finish the workout. On the call on the field was that her last handstand walk, her hands did not cross the line to finish, so she had to repeat the entire 25 feet. That was the call the judge made on the floor, which is the correct call by him in the moment. Alex finished it the way she should have. She waited, she rested, she made sure she did it. So there was a time, I'm not sure what that time was, because I only know the new time of 17:25, which is the time in which the hands crossed and the no rep was given.
Okay, so the challenge protocol worked perfectly.
Yes, sir.
Wow. Congratulations. And the same with Tola. It worked out in the athlete's favor in that time too. The challenge was put in to protect the athletes, protect the scoring, and he got that rep also.
Correct.
Wow, fantastic. Congratulations.
Pretty neat. Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Now, some of the people were saying that, hey, fantastic job, Hiller. The two pushbacks I have on that are we're still wait to see. We know that athletes like to go to their Instagram accounts after the event. There's 24 athletes. It'll be interesting to see if any of them have anything negative to say as they go back to their Instagram and critique it. But rip away at Andrew Hiller. And the other thing is, and this wasn't
the
said
thing is,
rudely.
Here's the deal. I asked Jared, I'm like, what did you bring me here for? And I'm like, he goes, is that rhetorical? I go, kinda. I just want you to say to do the right thing, because there are, if it weren't us who had video evidence, there will be other people who have video evidence of this. And the right call in the field were that the hands were over. And maybe you saw it on the broadcast. maybe it could have come from anywhere, but it comes out through people like me on the internet showing it's like, look at what happened at the Zelos games. Her hands were clearly over the line. What the fuck? But that won't be the case because we have this protocol.
Yeah, hats off to you. I love it.
That's why I think he brought me in, to do the right thing.
Yeah. Paul Desmond, Hiller confused the shit out of that on the first explanation. That would take two. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Now listen, some people have said, hey, fantastic job, Hiller. Crazy. Surpassed their expectations. You killed it, but it's only 4 lanes. And my pushback to them was it was only 4 lanes, but with 0 budget.
That helps. Well, here's what I said. I was talking to somebody. I go, you know what would be great if they did like intermediate Wadapalooza and like, Andrew, just stand out here and do what you did there. I'd have a field day, like running up and down and helping everybody out. 30 lanes, main floor, Wadapalooza.
What do you mean? Not necessarily be the head coach of Wadapalooza, but be a consultant of some sort?
Yeah, just put me out there and tell them to help out.
Yeah, awesome. Overall experience, A is the best and F is ass. What was your overall experience?
We're moving through the whole weekend. And I'm like, good job. We're 1 for 1. We're 2 for 2. We only have 2 more events, 3 for 3. And I'm like, holy shit, we're gonna do it without anything monster happening. And then this happened, and it made it better.
Yeah, awesome, dude. Congratulations. And you fly out in an hour and a half.
Yes, I do. 6:45.
Back home. All right, brother. Thank you so much. How'd
you know that? How'd you know that?
I know everything. I'm so proud to know you. I'm so it's such a cool thing you did. You're a one-man wrecking ball, and your wrecking ball has cotton on it, but it still is a wrecking ball. And I appreciate you, dude, for doing all this. I can't wait to catch up with you either late tonight when you're driving back to the house after the airport.
There's Alexis. She's here. I know I'm her coach. I can't be the head judge or any sort of
I can't wait to be able to hang out with you and talk to you soon.
I'm excited. Thanks, man.
All right, brother. Ciao.
Okay. Yep.
Yes, Clock Cutter. Alex, he fixed it. Yeah, that was Alex won the challenge, but the judge's call in the field was the correct call. I think he thought that I was going to come in and ask him right about that, so he had his answer prepared.
The way that I think about that is like in the NFL. If there's a fumble and there's a recovery and you blow the play dead, then you have no chance to let it play out and see what's happened. So I'm always in favor of letting the play out, see what the athletes do, and after the fact we can go back and make sure to get it right. If you give her the good rep there and it was the bad call, then there's no chance for us to really know what would have happened if not. So if it's close and you give the no rep, it's okay. She handled it perfectly on the field of play like he explained. When I finish it out, challenge it appropriately as she should do. I would say from an athlete's perspective, that was the exact way to handle that situation. The maturity was perfect in terms of execution and composure. I want to challenge that call. And then it's in the hands of the video review. I like Andrew supporting the judge as well. It's a close call. I gave her the no rep. I sent her to go back. She finished the workout. That doesn't mean he made a bad call. He made the call, and it's a judgment call, and that's why we have the fixed camera in the video so that we can get it right on the back end.
Jeremy Garcia says, these comments are always so weird to me. Deep down, Hiller is a good dude. No, top down, bottom down, side down. Why deep down? On the surface, he's a good dude. What are you talking about deep down? I appreciate it, but come on. It's like when people say but they mean and. But, no, and. Okay. Tyler Watkins, is this the biggest stage your Z-score has shown itself, reared its beautiful head at up to this point?
Yeah. I mean, there was the crash competition, which was the first ever with high-level athletes, but this one was the first live that people could watch from home. Yeah, so this was kind of like a mini full send.
And Mr. Spin, what did you see? You already said once that you liked the Z-score. What do you think about the? Did I ask you about the challenge yet?
No, I mean I agree with what Hiller said. I mean, it's you want it to be able to have a chance to be the right call, and if the judge had said it was a good rep and she had crossed there and it was actually not, then they would have had no way to remedy that, and she would have been credited with the fastest score. So
what would have happened at the games, Mr. Spin, if this would have happened at the games? Do they have a challenge there?
Not to my knowledge. They can appeal. They can appeal it, but they wouldn't have. How would you do that and add on time if it was found to be a no rep?
Brian, what happens at the games?
Yeah, the games, the athletes do have the opportunity to appeal judging calls or decisions. But I've never seen something so clearly written, and maybe it's just that they don't publicize it. They may have something in place, but I've never seen something so clearly written as we had for the Zelos games this time around, where the athletes and the judges and the competition team all knew very clearly that this is the order of operations and that there is a fixed camera capturing the entire event, and that will be the camera that's used if a appeal or a challenge or whatever you want to call it is drawn into question.
Maybe we've gone over the top. Maybe this is too explicit and too close of a look at recalls and scoring and judging. And this has turned into like a 3-ring circus, and they're looking at us from the outside like, shit, we just throw events. You guys have completely turned this into like, it's not only an event, it's a lesson in scoring, it's a lesson in judging, it's a lesson in broadcast, it's a lesson. I mean, maybe we've gone too far.
Is there a question there?
I don't know. I don't think we have, but it is a very peculiar creature that we built in the last 2 days.
We are letting people behind the curtain a lot more than we normally would. Like with the scoring change, I think on the back end they would make that change. They wouldn't tell anyone at the games, and it was huge for Jared to come out and just say why we did it.
Why don't you think they do that?
I don't know.
Just say face, or it's too much time, or it's not the aesthetic they want. Clydesdale Media, the games is unlimited appeals. You have athletes that appeal everything. Love the 1 challenge a day concept.
We can go to that screen there. I think they're making some of the announcements of the final places on the floor.
Oh, all right. Let's do it. Matthew Souza with audio.
Yep.
What's the commentator's name again?
Bella Martin.
Bella.
Super happy for James here, like we talked about earlier, making a comeback on the final workout, coming from off the podium to on the podium, kind of the opposite of what happened to him a few months back at the semifinals. So great accomplishment for him, and obviously we can see he's super happy.
Look at
Looks
that.
looks like he got 2 checks, the big one and the real one.
Do they get to keep those big ones?
And we should enjoy this from Tola Morikino. Like I said earlier, he doesn't really have the ambition to compete as an individual in the CrossFit Games season anymore. It's awesome that he comes out here and is still willing to throw down with these guys a little bit during his off season. I think that we'll get a chance to see him run it back with a team. I'm not sure which team next year. Well done for Tola. And of course, competition winner this weekend, Tudor Magda, answering some of the questions that we had. Clearly strong, also has the capacity, moved well with his body weight movement, so very well-rounded performance and well-earned win for Tudor.
Has Tudor ever won a competition?
I think he did win the CrossFit Games 14-15 division one year.
Wow. Okay.
But he has very little competition experience. I think he has said this is only his 5th live competition. So great learning opportunity for him. Again, James and Tudor are only 20 years old, so plenty of opportunity ahead for both of these guys. And this is a great little benchmark for them, getting on the podium, getting an event win in Tudor's, or a competition win in Tudor's case here early on in their career.
Holy cow, Joseph
Markovage.
Joseph Markovage, $100. Thanks, dude. Unbelievable. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sevan Podcast crew, remarkable, professional, analytical, passionate, thought-provoking, and excellent. Alex Kazan.
Yeah, with letting the hair flow here a bit. I love to see it. And of course, this is her home gym, so a very special moment for her to earn the podium here. And it was earned. She had to do the work in the last workout. It was really tight between her and Devin Kim. And Devin's an athlete that doesn't compete in the individual field yet. So it was kind of unknown how she would do here. So for Alex to go out there and execute when she needed to and get on the podium is massive for her. Christine Kohlenbrander, 2nd place here. Again, very well done. Obviously had that exciting 225-pound snatch earlier today right at the buzzer, which is one of the highlight moments of the weekend. But she showed that she's got more than strength in her arsenal, having consistent performances across the board this weekend. And a really clean run when she didn't need to win that last event. She just needed to not make a mistake. She showed some composure and got the job done, secured 2nd place on the podium. And the winner of the live Zelos games for the women, Andrea Nissler, like we said, she was a late addition to the field, obviously an excellent addition. Not only does she have a ton of experience and has excelled at the highest level in the team division that this sport has to offer, she's shown that she can do it in the individual field as well. Great personality. I think that especially someone like her is not just a great athlete, but a good role model for a lot of the younger athletes that were in this field to see her demeanor on and off the competition floor. And whoever said that earlier, just a good energy to have at a competition like this.
All of those ladies have been on the Sevan podcast. I highly encourage you to go listen to them. They were all remarkable on the podcast. I appreciated them being on there. I also want to point out that you saw Jared Graybeal hand everyone a small check too, letting you know that the athletes got paid.
Yeah, and I know that was a very important thing for him. There's a lot of components that go into organizing a competition like this, but when there's a prize purse that's listed out, it was a high priority of his to make sure that the athletes knew that was something that he was going to follow through on.
I love Andrea's hair. Renata Novantana. Me too. Any final words anyone would like to say before I run off and play with my boys?
One comment for me. I mean, I think this event and showing the live stream and the support that you saw of people watching and commenting all weekend long shows that there is a market for these types of competitions. I mean, there's only a handful of the elite, competitions, Rogue, Wodapalooza, etc. But there's a lot more athletes of this caliber that don't get as many opportunities, especially in front of an audience. And if nothing else, this was a great test case for what could be more events down the road that highlights 24 athletes at a time, and we get the support of the community.
Very well said. And in just doing it, I became fond and fans of this field. So that's for sure. James Sprague acting like a 11-year-old, which is about 1 year older than how I behave. Another big, massive show. Thank you for everyone who's watching. All the shows were enormously successful. Let's listen from Jared on the floor. I can't unmute it, Souza. Is he doing a raffle?
Yeah, it's a raffle.
So for some of you who are geeking out on the production, I want to tell you something. We can even choose a camera and then choose the audio from a different camera. So you were seeing a wide angle shot, but we're using the audio from Souza's camera. Victor Brown, great job all around with love from Chicago. 100-pound dumbbell Sevi. Yeah, tomorrow my 70 shows up in the mail. I can't wait to get at it.
I believe what's going on here, Sevan, is that these are all either volunteers or staff that had opportunity to get some raffle tickets based on stuff throughout the weekend, and then they're in a drawing for a series of prizes that Jared has organized with some of the competition sponsors.
I want to thank Brian Friend for being here all weekend with me. Incredible. This would not be possible without him. Tyler Watkins bringing you the Z-Score. Barbell Spin, a new friend of mine, and our relationship is building very quickly. I'm a huge fan of his website. The three ladies, I want to get their names right. Matthew Souza, what were their names? Elena. Mr. Souza.
What's up?
What were the camera ladies' names? Elena.
No. Ruth,
Kendall,
and
Emma.
Emma. Thank you.
Ruth, Kendall, and Emma, you guys did an amazing job. If I didn't know better, I would say you were professional camera operators. What a fantastic job. Like I said, I would not have taken on this task if it wasn't for Matt Souza pushing me to do it. None of this would look anything like this if it wasn't for Will Brandstetter, Jen McDonald, making sure that our Instagram account pushes all our best stuff to you. And most importantly, Sea Beaver from halfway around the world has done more shows with me than any human being alive. Can't thank you guys enough. Gray, thanks for the great coverage. Get some well-deserved rest. On to the next one, please. Gentlemen, thank you. And I will see all of you guys very, very soon.